Court of Justice, Original Jurisdiction. Hearing of the matter, DMOJ2022-001, between DCP Successors Limited, the State of Jamaica. Members of the hearing panel are the members, the Honorable Mr. Justice Saunders, President and Presiding Judge. Honorable Mr. Justice Witt, the Honorable Mr. Justice Anderson, Honorable Madam Justice Rajnath Lee, the Honorable Mr. Justice Barrow, the Honorable Mr. Justice Burgess, and the Honorable Mr. Justice Jamada. Counsel, you may now enter your appearances.
May it please your honors, my name is Michael Hilton. I appear for the claimant, and with me are Sunday Arthur Gibbs and Tamara Mason. May it please.
Yes.
May it please your honors, I'm Stuart Stimson. I appear for the defendant in this matter, instructed by the Director of State Proceedings. Appearing with me is Ms. Cherise Gale.
Yes.
Also in the court is the Senior Director of the Jamaica Customs Agency, Ms. Hazel Edwards.
Yes. And on behalf of all my colleagues, good morning, Council. Good morning, everyone. CARICOM, yes. Sorry, Dr. Onaneo.
Yes, thank you very much, Your Honor. Mr. President, on behalf of CARICOM community as amicus curiae, I have, of course, the renowned Dr. Chantal Onanayo, Ms. Rhoda Permanand, Mr. O'Neill Francis, and I am Lisa Showman.
Yes, good morning to you too, Ms. Showman, to Council for CARICOM. Mr. Hilton, are you ready with your witnesses?
I am your honor.
Yes. We would need to rise for 2 minutes.
All right.
So who is that going to work with anyway?
Yes, Councillor.
Your Honors, the case management orders do not envisage the making of opening submissions, and I therefore, of course, will not be making an opening. However, there are three matters I should bring to the court's attention. The first relates to documents. Your Honors are no doubt aware that the documents in this case have been divided into 9 bundles. The numbering that we have given them, bundle 1, which we have given a yellow cover for ease of reference, contain the pleadings and the case management orders. Bundle 2, which has a green cover page, contains the witness statements. Bundle 3, which has a pink cover page, contains the written submissions. And bundles 4A to E contain the agreed documents. I mention this in particular, Your Honors, because I understand that Your Honors will be using electronic versions.
Yes.
And these bundles have different numbers, but for ease of reference, we will be referring to the CCJ-generated numbers, which are not the bundle page numbers. Also, Your Honors, the witnesses are going to have a physical copy of bundle 2, that is the witness statements. But the other bundles, in the event that counsel wishes to take a witness to a document in the bundle, counsel on both sides will connect their laptops to the court system to bring it up on the screen for the witnesses and others, which is something that we discussed with the registrar previously. Moving on, Your Honors, to the question of witnesses. As Your Honors will know, 2 of the witnesses who had given witness statements will not be giving evidence at this trial, and therefore the parties will not be relying on their evidence here. And Your Honors kindly agreed to approve a request by the claimant to change the order of their 2 witnesses, so that we'll be calling Mr. Nassif first. And finally, if I may just say a word about amplification. And this was a matter, Your Honors may recall, that we had raised at the last hearing. We will be seeking the court's leave to have some amplification in relation to the claimant's 2 witnesses. And as your lordships are aware, Rule 23.9 does allow this in the event that a witness wishes to comment on a statement of another witness. And those are the only circumstances in which we'll be asking. And of course, it's particularly appropriate we would submit in this case, since the witness statements were exchanged, and therefore the claimant's witnesses would have had no opportunity to comment on the defendant's witnesses' statements. The case management order allowed 5 minutes for evidence in chief of each witness. I suspect, Your Honors, that while the amplification will be short, it may exceed 5 minutes. But we'd seek your leave because we will not will not adversely affect the overall time frame, because we are fairly confident that the cross-examination will, in some cases, be less than the time allowed. Your Honors, those are the preliminary observations I'd wanted to make. And subject to any questions from the court, we will call the claimant's first witness.
Yes, please go ahead.
Claimant's first witness, Your Honors, is Ivor Nassif.
What's the page number of his witness statement?
His witness statement, Your Honors, at page 1315.
Please, no, you can sit. Please raise your right hand. Right hand.
Right hand.
Yes, please raise your right hand. And this one on the Bible. Do you swear that the evidence you shall give shall be the truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Yes, because when counsel is speaking, it's not really.
Is that his original witness statement? Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Nassif, are you hearing me?
I am.
What is your full name
Ivo Nassif,
and your address, Mr. Nassif?
Belfast, Dominica.
And your connection with the parties to this case?
I'm the Managing Director of DCP Successors Limited.
Did you sign a witness statement in this case?
I did.
And is it numbered pages 1315 to 1326?
I'm not seeing that.
Look at the top of the middle of the top of the page.
No,
Okay. Is that your signature on the last page?
it is.
I think the witness has the original.
Yes.
Yeah.
Not to interrupt you, Mr. Hilton. Yes, sorry. Yes, hi, morning.
Morning, Justice.
But is it possible to increase the font size of what's displayed on the screen? Or would that, if you did slow, yeah, slide.
It's too big.
Yes,
Is that better?
that's much better. Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Your Honor, if I may, I would ask the witness that the witness be allowed to amplify the comment on 2 paragraphs in Ms. Davis' witness statement. So, Mr. Nassif, before I do that, do you want to make any corrections to your witness statement?
No, I don't.
And you stand by what you said in it?
Yes, I do.
Now, I'd like to take it to Ms. Chandeline Davis' witness statement.
What page is that?
Your Honor, that starts at page 1342. Madam Registrar, does the witness have the 1 to 2? Hard copy of 1 to 2? Oh. And could you take him to paragraphs 14 to 17? In those paragraphs, Mr. Nassif, Ms. Davis gives reasons why an incorrect tariff classification was used. And in particular, in paragraph 14, she states that heading 38.23 excludes fatty acids of 90% or more, and then she goes on to give an explanation. Please comment on this.
Ms. Davis made that allegation in a witness statement she filed in the Jamaica case, and I would respond to it now as I did then. Essentially, she's conflating total fatty acids with total fatty matter, 2 completely different concepts.
Mr. Hilton, can your witness speak up a little? I'm having a little challenge here, and it may be an IT stuff, or it may be with him, but maybe...
Perhaps the witness can come a little closer to the microphone. Thank you, Your Honor.
She is conflating. I heard she is conflating, and then
I'll ask him to repeat.
I lost the rest. Thank you.
Okay. Sorry. She is conflating 2 different concepts, total fatty matter and total fatty acids. And I believe that's outlined in my affidavit in response to hers.
Could we take the witness to bundle 4A? At page 493.
That's the Courier page, that's the CCJ.
That's the CCJ page.
493.
493, Your Honor, yes. So that if we go to 491 first, that's the start of the document. 491 Mr. Nassif, is that the affidavit by you that you refer to in the Jamaican proceedings?
Correct, yes.
And if we go to paragraph 11 on page 493, you give an explanation there, and is that the one you say you stand by?
That is correct.
Could we return to your witness statement, I'm sorry, to Ms. Davis' witness statement, page 1347? At paragraph 19. No, just the first sentence. Ms. Davis says, the issue of the correct classification of soap noodles was first raised at the 48th session of the quoted, where Dominica asserted, so on. Any comment on that statement?
Yes, that's also incorrect, and that claim was made also in her affidavit in the Jamaica case.
First of all,
Yep.
when was the 48th session of the quoted?
In June 2019,
And why is this statement incorrect?
we wrote to the government of Jamaica, the Ministry of Finance specifically, raising the issue of the misclassification of soap chips and the resultant exemption of the CET in August 2018. Got no response. Again in January 2019, we raised the issue again and also requested a meeting with the Jamaican officials, and we met with them in February of 2019. And that meeting, I was present myself, as well as representatives from Jamaica Customs, Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Industry and Commerce.
And to what did that meeting relate?
To the misclassification of the soap chips and the resulting exemption from the CET.
So all those events happened prior to the quoted meeting.
Correct.
Just remind me, please, Mr. Hilton, when did he say the quoted meeting was held?
The witness actually said, I think, he may have said August 2019.
June.
Or June. I think there's no dispute, Your Honor, that it was April 2019.
Okay.
And I could take it to the documents that show that.
No, not
I don't think there's
necessarily.
any dispute.
But the dates he gave were August 2018.
August
the first
2018
date,
was the first date. Yes,
and January 2019,
yes, Your Honor, and February for a meeting.
when he met. Okay.
Correct, Your Honor.
And he said the meeting concerned two things. I only got one. Misclassification and
I only heard one, Your Honor. Well,
Misclassification and the resulting exemption from the CET.
thank you.
and I think that at the start of your response, you said that she had made this allegation before.
Correct.
Could we take the witness back to bundle 4A and go now to page 494, paragraph 13.
What page was that?
494, Your Honor. So this is your affidavit filed in 2021 on paragraph 13. You effectively state the same thing you've just stated.
That's correct, yes.
In that same bundle, could we go to page 55? What is that document?
That's the letter DCP wrote to Minister Clark of Jamaica, Minister of Finance.
August 2018.
Correct.
And finally, on this issue, you could go to page 61. What is that document at page 61?
That's the second letter of January 4th, 2018, following upon the first letter and seeking a meeting with the Jamaican authorities.
Is that date correct?
No, sorry. Yeah, it should be 4th January 2019. That was an error. But it refers to the August 31st, 2018 letter. It should have been 2019.
Sorry, the correct date should have been what?
2019, he said, Your Honor.
4 January
4th
2019.
January 2019.
Thank you.
And finally, in your amplification, if I could take you now to Mr. Martin Phillips' witness statement at bundle 2, page 1354. So his witness statement starts at 1354, and on page, the following page, 1355, he has a heading, Issues of Quality. And he then refers to statements made to the government of Jamaica by two Jamaican producers. Does DCP supply with soap chips to any other territory?
We supply soap chips to 2 processors in Trinidad, 1 in Guyana and 1 in Curacao.
And have you received any complaints from those other persons?
No complaints on the chips, whether it's regards to smell, odor, quality, moisture.
Just for my understanding, Mr. Hilton, chips refers to noodles. Is that the same thing?
I think so, Your Honor.
One and the same, interchangeable terms.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Also pellets.
All three mean the same thing? do
Yes,
they? Right.
Your Honor.
All right.
You said Curacao, Trinidad, and
Guyana.
Guyana?
Guyana, yeah.
Did you make this point before, Mr. Nassif? I just wanted to know if I missed it in any of the documents.
I don't believe I did, no.
Okay, thank you.
Your Honor, thank you. That is the extent of my amplification. Mr. Nassif, counsel may now ask you some questions.
Can I get napkins, 2 paper napkins, 2 paper napkins.
Yes, you go.
Morning, sir.
One in council.
Mr. Nassif, appreciating that DCP had begun production in 2018, as you've indicated in your witness statement, would you agree with me that at that time you did not produce palm-based soaps?
That is
Noodles?
correct.
That's correct. Would you also agree with me, sir, that at that time, when you approached the Jamaican market, Jamaican manufacturers, who you refer to as processors, many of those did rely on palm-based soap noodles?
That is correct.
And therefore, sir, you would not have been in a position at that time to supply the demand for palm-based soap noodles. Is that correct?
In 2018, no, but the changeover is very simple.
Thank you. In 2019, Mr. Nassif, or let's go to, I think it's 2020, when you indicated that there was a capacity to produce the demand required, would you agree with me that you did not have, you could not meet the demand when it was sought initially?
I would agree. No manufacturer carries excess raw material inventory beyond what its forecasts are.
Right.
So when we knew Jamaica was going to require, we would then bring in the required raw material.
So at the time when Jamaica would have been previously importing soap noodles extra-regionally, and then would seek to see if there was a market in the region, there was effectively no present market to meet its demand. At the time, they would have sought those noodles locally. Would you agree?
That was back in 2018.
I'm saying 2020, sir.
In 2020,
2020, when perhaps it's a bloated question, I'll go slowly. At the time, Jamaican manufacturers in 2020 would have sought palm-based soap noodles from DCP as an alternative to their regular supplies extra-regionally. When they would have sought them, you did not have the ability to meet that demand at the time they would have sought it.
I don't think that's correct.
All right.
We
So
had
when
already
you,
switched to
thank you, sir.
palm.
Thank you. So let me ask another question. When you indicated that there would be a 4-month waiting period to be able to produce, would you agree that 4 months is not immediate meeting of a demand?
That is correct, but that would just be on the initial order.
And that's an order of samples, am I correct too?
No, we met the samples immediately. By December, January, we shipped all the samples.
And would you agree with me, sir, that if a demand were sought in December of that year, because your factory closed for a month, there'd be a further wait time, am I correct?
We indicated to them we had a maintenance shutdown in December.
Is it correct, sir? That's the question.
Is what correct?
That because of your annual shutdown for 1 month, between December and January, there'd be a further wait time if orders were to be placed at that point. Is that correct?
I don't know what you mean by a further wait time.
More than the 4 months?
No, it's two different things. One was a request for soap for trials, which we shipped out in January, and if the trials were acceptable, we would then need a 4-month lead time to bring in the raw materials to meet that demand.
Oh, so we need 4 weeks to get pellets for some testing and 4 months to get the product. If it
Just
was
for my
sought.
clarification, that January is 2020. The January that he speaks of is 2020. He said that that was a request for soap in January. In January.
Is it 2020 or
Is this 2020
2021,
or
Mr.
2021?
Nassif?
What are we talking about?
2021, Mr. Nassif?
I'll have to double check.
All right.
You see,
Yes, it was 2021.
Councillor, you are asking about 2020, and I'm hearing about a shutdown in December into January, and then the witness is speaking about January. So I have lost as to which January we were
my
on.
apologies, Your Honor, I'll have that matter corrected. I was taking Mr. Nassif on a sequence of time, but I did perhaps lump two things together.
Mr. Simpson, I'm a little concerned about this part of the cross-examination. Is it that this is exceptional, that any manufacturer could just ask somebody to produce something and it comes immediately? Because you have not pointed us to any comparatives to say that a 4-month time wait is exceptionally long or delayed. I'm just concerned about the fairness
Of the
of
question?
the cross-examination at this stage. Bear in mind, you have not told us, at least I have not seen it, what it would be if someone else were asked to produce it for the first time. So just bear that in mind as you go along, please.
I appreciate the guidance,
Thank
Your
you.
Honor. Crave your indulgence.
Thank you.
So when you got requests for samples in 2020, December, you indicated that there would be a 4-week delay because of your shutdown to produce them. That's correct?
What we indicated was that we would ship it out at the end of January 2021, which we did.
Because of your company shutdown in production.
For
the period.
maintenance, correct.
And that's an annual process.
That's correct.
Based on the samples that you had produced to the Jamaican market, is it correct, would you agree, sir, that what was provided in samples was not accepted by the local manufacturers to meet their specifications?
I don't accept that.
You don't?
What exactly you don't accept? There is a difference, of course. One thing is they didn't accept it. The other thing is it was not acceptable. That's the difference there.
Thanks for the correction. I thought of that. They claim that it was not acceptable, I would dispute. But yes, they did not accept it.
Did not accept.
Correct. Thank you.
I have, that saves me some time. So you'd agree, Mr. None of the manufacturers between 2018 and 2021 who would have received samples from you had in fact accepted them in the use of their processes?
In Jamaica, that's correct.
Correct? I crave indulgence, Your Honor. I have no further questions of Mr. Nassif. Thank you, sir.
Before you do your re-examination, Mr. Nassif, you said you also export soap chips to Guyana, Curacao, and Trinidad, noodles.
That is correct.
And you said that you have never received any complaint from them. So noodles that were sent, samples that were sent to Jamaica, how do they compare with the noodles that are sent to Guyana, Curacao, and Trinidad?
There are two classifications of noodles, one used for laundry soap and one used for bath soap. And if we're shipping bath soap noodles to Trinidad or bath soap noodles to Jamaica, it will be the same specifications. And if it's laundry soap, it will be the same specifications. So yes, depending on whether it's bath or laundry, it will be the same specifications. You could get some variations. They might want moisture between 20 to 21%, another might say 18 to 20%, but that's a minor adjustment.
So the moisture content, the moisture level can vary,
The moisture level can vary, yes.
and the consumer, the client, can require a particular level of moisture content.
That is correct.
In the case of the samples that were sent to Jamaica, was there any specification to you of the moisture level?
Yes, there was. Can I say something, Your Honor?
Yes.
There was an initial shipment, an actual shipment of soap of maybe about 100 tons, where there was an issue with moisture. And that was because we use a one-ply polyethylene bag rather than a three-ply. And during transit, the moisture dropped. The second shipment, which I think you're referring to, there was no issue of moisture at all. The Bureau of Standards confirmed that it was within the specs required.
Okay. And
Yes, Mr. Let's see if, could I take you to paragraph 13 of your witness statement?
13, Your Honor?
Yes, 1-3, yes.
Yes.
Just for a point of clarification, the last sentence in that paragraph reads, these processes are minimal operations which would not have, well, which would have been insufficient, to satisfy rules of origin, even if there had been a genuine tariff heading change from the imported product to the exported product. Can you say why you make that assertion? Paragraph 13, last sentence.
When I say minimal operations, there are two stages to manufacturing of soap. There's the chemistry part, which is the saponification. You convert oils and fats to soap. And then there's the finishing part, which is more physical than chemical. And the Jamaicans start from the finishing line. And the tariff code of the main input, well, the tariff code of the input soap chips is has the same tariff heading as the finished product. So you don't achieve the transformation required. The second part of it is a little bit more, specific. It does not specifically refer to soap, but you can have manufacturing operations where you have a change in tariff code, but you don't have enough value added to meet the requirements.
So your sentence is referring to both of those circumstances or to the first you mentioned, the transformation?
For soap specifically, it would refer to the transformation.
Yes, and the requirement is not just for transformation, but for substantial.
Correct, which is
Is that the
measured by
case?
the change in tariff code.
Yeah, yes, okay. Thanks. And one other question related to paragraph 38 of your witness statement. Are you there?
Yes, I am, Your Honor.
Yes, you referenced the Guyanese government, again in the last sentence, relying on the certificates of origin, did not impose CET or other custom duties on the soaps from Jamaica. This is a question, did you complain to the government of Guyana about this?
We may have asked.
You have to speak closer to the microphone.
Right.
Yeah.
We may have asked, Your Honor, our distributors to convey that to the government. I don't believe we communicate directly with the government of Guyana on that. for a short period of time during COVID, the government of Guyana did remove the CET on soaps for obvious reasons in the fight against COVID. So once COVID was we were over it, we did engage them at that time directly to reimpose the CET, which they did.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
And what kind of period are we talking about, that they didn't impose CET?
That they did impose or they removed it?
Did not.
I think it probably started, they put it back on in June 2021, and they may have removed it in late 2020.
Late 2020.
Yes, but I'm not 100% sure.
Okay. And you you said, okay, you exported these pallets, noodles, to Trinidad, Guyana, and Curacao. Since when?
Since late 2020, I believe.
Late 2020.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Nassif, I see in some of the witness statements the reference to tallow-based soap chips.
Yes, Your
Could
Honor.
you explain how that impacts this case and the difference? What are we speaking about?
I would have to say, if I can be quite frank, that's a red herring issue. Soap all over the world is made by oils and fats, and except if you have issues with use of animal fats, most of the soap you find, all the big U.S. brands we find here, Irish Spring, Dial, typically you will see on the ingredient listing made from sodium tallowate or sodium palmate. So it gives them the flexibility to switch from either raw material based on world market prices. So to the consumer, most consumers, it doesn't matter. We traditionally use tallow because it comes from the U.S., so logistically, we can get tallow within a month. The Jamaicans had a preference for palm for reasons I don't understand, because if you had a significant discount of tallow to palm, they may very well decide to move to palm. You don't feel a difference in the finished product. To accommodate them, we moved to palm oil, which is sourced from the Far East. And that's where the 4-month lead time comes in. To get anything from the Far East, especially during that time, it is going to take three months. So from our perspective, it's the supplier, the manufacturer should be driven by the economics of which one is cheaper, but they're entirely interchangeable.
What do you send to Trinidad and Tobago, for example? Is it tallow-based?
It's all palm.
Palm.
It's all palm, because it doesn't make sense to carry both. You make a decision to carry one or the other.
So when did you switch over? I may have missed that date.
I want to say that we switched over in 2019. Yep.
Thank you.
And the primary motive for switching over was to meet the Jamaica market?
Correct, correct.
That's the biggest market in the CSME.
50% certainly for laundry soap.
If there is no other question from the bench, Ms. Showman, General Counsel, are there any questions that you would like to ask of the witness?
No, Mr. President. Thank you for offering.
Okay, thank you. Mr.
Sorry,
Hilton?
I forgot about CARICOM. I do have one question, if I may ask. I'm showing the witness, Your Honors, page 2945 of Bundle 4B.
What page, Mr.?
2945, Your
Thank
Honor.
you.
This relates, Mr. Nassif, both to the questions from both counsel and the bench about tallow and palm. Did any of the Jamaican producers request tallow-based product?
No.
What is this document?
Your Honor,
It's a
Just
certificate.
a minute, just a minute. Yes, Mr. Simpson.
I'm constrained to rise. I believe that on re-examination, witness has given a clear answer to the question. Not sure my friend is pursuing further in relation to that clarity.
But this document is part of the record.
Yes,
Yes, we would allow the question.
Thank you, Your Honor. What is this document, Mr. Monsieur?
It's a certificate of analysis. Sorry, I'm looking for the date. June 17, 2018. So it's a certificate of analysis of the first shipment we made to bomber manufacturing. Sorry, let me take a closer look at that. Can you scroll down?
Hold on.
Yes, it's a certificate of analysis, which you see at the bottom. Does it show the quantity? You can scroll up, please.
Yeah.
Yep, that's the first shipment we made to bomber manufacturing.
And
which
was that tallow or palm?
That would have been tallow, sorry. Yeah. And when they requested it, they knew we were using tallow, and that wasn't an issue.
Your Honor, if I may just ask one last question while we're here. There are references to Bomber, to Kirk, and there are some documents with Carimid. Is there any connection?
Yes, it's all the same group. They're all chaired, I believe, by Mr. Glenn Christian, and the orders we got for this actually came from Kirk Distributors Limited, I believe is the name, or Kirk FP Limited.
Your Honor, that would be my questions in re-examination.
Yes. Mr. Simpson, if you wish to ask any questions, because we may have raised some things which you may wish to cross-examine on.
President, before he does that, the last question about tallow and palm, would you allow me to ask Mr. Nasir another further question about that?
Yes, sure.
You said earlier that you were using tallow because the suppliers were from North America and it was more economical. Jamaica, you said the first batch sent to Burma was tallow.
Correct.
And then there was a switching request to the palm-based. And then you had said earlier that you didn't quite understand why that would be so for economic reasons. I think that's what you were saying.
Correct.
But nevertheless, I'm understanding that because Jamaica is one of the largest regional distributors, you made the switch over.
Correct.
And then Trinidad, Guyana, and Curacao in 2020 all received palm-based.
Correct.
Yeah. What was the delay consequence of that shift? Because I'm imagining, first help me understand. Bringing tallow and having to shift to palm, that is to find suppliers and put new arrangements in place. So there is a transition phase.
Correct.
So two things. How long did that phase of transition, I'm calling it a delay, because you had a usual tallow supplier, you're switching. What was that like? And then the second part of the question is, having once established that, it's coming from the Far East, did that switch then result in a, for lack of a better language, streamlined or continuous supply? I'm trying to understand from tallow to palm, but what were the implications for supply then? I get that there may have been an initial, I'm saying delay, but maybe you can language this in a way that helps me understand that process.
Yes.
And switch over. And ultimately, what I really want to get to, having made the switch over, was there then an effective, efficient, regular supply of palm-based to your clients?
I understand the question, Your Honor.
Yeah.
There was no hiccup or delay in the transition from tallow to palm because it became very clear that the Jamaicans wanted palm, so we placed an order for palm oil prior to depleting our tallow inventory. So we were never short of a raw material to make soap. Once we got the palm coming in, you simply place orders 3 months in advance. The problem arose because if we're a customer producing 100 tons a month, to use a figure, we'd order palm commensurate with that. If the Jamaicans come in and add another 100 ton of demand, we now need to step up our purchases, and the lead time for that would have been 3 months in shipment alone. I hope that's clear.
Sorry, Mr. Nassif.
Yes, Your Honor.
Noodles which were coming from the Far East, Jamaica was obviously using that in their processes before.
Correct.
Wouldn't that presuppose that they were using palm base, seeing it's coming from Indonesia and Malaysia?
That's correct.
So if there's a difference between tallow base and palm base, are we to be surprised that there's a complaint from the Jamaican in respect of the tallow base, which you said you supplied?
I cannot, it's difficult to comment on that. I know that most bars we use to bathe are made from tallow, all the international brands. The consumer doesn't pick up the difference. I think that answers the question.
But the Jamaican producers didn't say that the consumers were complaining. They were complaining about the moisture.
Correct.
So is there any way you can reconcile the two situations?
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah. Is there any way you could reconcile the tallow base which you sent to them and which they said in their processes didn't really work?
I see. Okay, yeah. There were two shipments to Jamaica. One, well, both were to bomber manufacturing. The first one, it left the plant, as you saw from the certificate of analysis, with the correct moisture. And because it was a rush order, we used the bags that we use in-house to store chips, which is a single ply bag. That bag did not stand up well in the 1 month transit time to Jamaica and under the heat which you find in a container. So you had significant moisture loss. So what we did was to import 3 ply bags, which is what we use now and which retains the moisture. And on the second shipment to Kirk, where these bags were used, there was no moisture issue.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to follow up on what my brother has just asked you, looking at his questions from a different angle. You used to, is it that you used to supply Curacao, Trinidad, and Guyana with tallow-based soap?
No.
Oh.
They supplying, this might go a little bit off course, Your Honor. We've never seen ourselves in the business of supplying soap chips. We want to supply soap, and we were willing to supply chips simply to accommodate the Jamaicans who, for whatever reason, wouldn't invest in saponification.
No, okay. Is it that you used to supply Jamaica, or not Jamaica, Guyana, or Trinidad, or Curacao before you switched from tallow to palm?
Yeah, no, we only supplied them after we switched to palm. And if I may add, the only reason they came to us was because of the high freight rates from the Far East, where container costs went up to $20,000, and it was no longer competitive to import it from there, so they came to us.
Okay.
Just remind me, Mr. Nassif, the second shipment that you said there was no issue with moisture. Was there any other issue that was raised with you?
Yes, there was a processing issue where they said it slipped within what we call the plodder. And again, if I may elaborate here, once they got the shipment, and this is in the various affidavits and witness statements, we followed up with Kirk almost daily. How is it going? How is it going? And they never really responded to us. And this went on for a couple of months, and we gave up. And the first time we heard that there was an issue was when it came in a statement from a representative from Jamaica Customs. Normally, a customer would come back to the supplier and say, we're having issues with this, what is your advice? If they were acting in good faith and came back to us, we could have advised them what to do. I don't recall the details right now, but they made some adjustment on the plotter, on the vacuum, which they should not have done, which is stated in our witness statements and affidavits.
Thank you.
Mr. Stimson, are you going to take me up on my offer?
Still not.
I believe the court has pursued the matters I thought needed further clarity, so I need not disturb the proceedings.
Very well. Yes, that's it for Mr. Nassif?
That is for this witness.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
And Your Honor, we will now call the claimant's other witness, Mr. Damian, sorry.
What's his page number?
That is at page 1309. Yeah.
Yes. It was. We didn't mark and formally admit Mr. Nassif's witness statement. So you do so now as YN1.
Thank you, Honor. My apologies.
Yes. Yeah, you said Mr. Sorendo's statement is at what page? 1309.
Honors, Mr. Dorian Sorrento, present before the court.
Yes, please come, Mr. Sorrento.
Please raise your right hand. And left hand on the Bible. Do you swear by the Holy Bible that the evidence that you shall give be the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
If it pleases your honors. Sir, can you state your name for the court?
My name is Damian Sorrento.
What do you do for a living?
I'm
Mr.
the
Sorrento?
general manager of DCP Successors Limited in Dominica.
Have you signed any witness statements in relation to these proceedings?
Yes, I have.
Your honors, maybe if we can bring up the witness statement for the witness on the screen.
What
Or
pages? What
It is on
pages?
page 1309, that's where it starts.
Thank you.
If you can ask the court, is the hard copy on with the witness, or? Oh, sorry. Do you have it, Mr. Sorrento?
Yes, I do.
Can you take a look at the last page on that document? Do you see any signatures on that page?
Yes, that is my signature.
Your signature?
Yes.
And is that your witness statement?
Yes, it is.
Your honors, I would ask permission to amplify on 3 paragraphs in the witness statement of Mr.
Yes.
Martin Phillips.
Let's first admit it as DS1. Yes?
Mr. Sorrento, can you take a look at page 1355 of Mr. Martin Phillips' witness statement? Particularly at paragraph 4. Let me know when you see it.
Yes, it's there.
So, in that paragraph, Mr. Phillips states that prior to 2018, there were no regional suppliers of soap chips. Do you agree with that statement?
No, that is not accurate. Colgate-Palmolive in Dominica manufactured soap chips between 1995 and 2015, and they would have had the ability and the capacity to supply soap chips regionally.
And
Can you just go a little slower for my...
a little slower for the
Yeah.
judge.
Colgate Palmolive in Dominica.
Colgate Palmolive, I'm
Yes.
getting it, sorry.
Between 1995 and 2015, manufactured soap chips, and they would have had the ability and the capacity to supply soap chips regionally.
But did they?
What's that?
Did they? You said they had the capacity to.
No, they were never requested to supply soap chips.
Okay.
How do you know this?
Because I worked at Colgate Palmolive from 1998 to 2008.
Why did Colgate Palmolive stop making soap chips?
In August of 2015, Tropical Storm Erica hit Dominica, and it caused significant damage to the factory's infrastructure, and Colgate decided not to reinvest to rehabilitate the factory.
As far as you are aware, does anyone else in the region manufacture soap? And by manufacture, I mean saponify.
There's a company here in Trinidad named CGA that also manufactures soap.
Mrs. Sorrento.
Anyone else, you mean apart from DCP?
Apart from DCP, yes. Again, I want you to take a look at paragraph 5 of Mr. Phillips' witness statement. Tell me when you have it.
Yes, I do.
You will see there that Mr. Phillips states that in 2018, Jamaica soap producers received samples of soap noodles from Dominica. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did DCP supply samples to the two soap producers mentioned in the following paragraphs? Paragraphs that come below.
Yeah, let me see the could you scroll down, please? Okay, DCPS sold soap chips to Cook Distributors, also known as Bomber Manufacturing, in 2018, but we never supplied soap chip samples to Island Products Manufacturing in 2018.
Okay. Do you have any comment about what Mr. Phillips says in paragraph 6 about Bomber's experience with DCP's noodles?
Will you scroll up, please?
Please scroll up to paragraph 6.
Could you go down a bit? Okay. Yes, the issue related to the moisture levels of the soap chips we provided to Bomber in 2018, this was caused by a packaging problem. It was the first time we were exporting soap chips since we commenced operations in February of 2018. At this time, the bags that we used to store soap chips in the factory for our own internal use were the same bags used to export the chips to Bomber. Now, the moisture test results for all the shipments complied with their specifications. However, we never anticipated the significant moisture loss during the transit period, and this was further exacerbated by delays in the transportation time to Jamaica, where the soap chips would have had prolonged exposure to the ambient heat. However, once we became aware of Bomber's challenges with the low moisture content of the noodles, we conducted extensive research on various types of bags, and we ultimately opted for a 3-ply polyethylene insulated bag, which effectively retains moisture. I should also state that since we implemented the usage of these bags, we've successfully exported soap chips to companies in Trinidad, Guyana, and Curacao for both laundry and toilet soap production without any quality issues reported. I should also mention that we did formally write to Bomber Manufacturing in August of 2018 to inform them that we had sourced these new bags and to assure them that they would not have a reoccurrence of any moisture issues in the future.
Okay. The order that Bomber made in 2018, what kind of soap noodles were there? And before you answer, just make sure you go slowly so that the judges that are taking notes can write. But what did Bomber order in 2018?
Yes, that's a very important point, because the order that Bomber placed in 2018 was specifically for toilet soap chips that in turn they used in laundry soap. Now, toilet soap chips have lower moisture content, usually ranges between 10 and 14%, than laundry soap chips, which usually ranges between 16 and 20%. Now, if the correct laundry soap chips were ordered, were requested and supplied at the higher moisture, even with a moisture loss of between 6 to 8% during the transit period, we are pretty certain that they would not have encountered any processing issues.
Is there any documentation which indicates what DCP sold to Bomber in 2018?
Yes, we would have supplied them with a certificate of analysis with the shipments.
Can I take the witness to page 2945 of bundle 4B? Bundle 4B, page 2945. It should be up on the screen.
Yes.
What is that document?
That's the certificate of analysis we provided to Bomber in 2018.
And for what product?
Toilet soap chips.
Your Honors, if it pleases you, those are my questions for the witness.
Yes. Mr. Sorrento, Colgate-Palmolive manufactured soap in Dominica for a long time. I know that. It never exported through CARICOM?
Not the soap chips. No one requested, during my time there, no one requested soap chips of Colgate-Palmolive. So they would have done soap chips for their own internal purposes to produce finished goods.
But it exported finished soap?
Yes, yes, for sure.
Yes, me. Okay. And you say CGA in Trinidad and Tobago also manufactures both soap chips and finished product?
Yes, and incidentally, that's one of the companies we also supply soap chips to from Dominica. So they both saponify, but they also import soap chips from us in Dominica.
When did you start exporting to them?
I believe the first order would have been in 2021.
You indicated in your evidence that you never did supply island products.
Not in 2018. They requested samples, well, through CARICOM and then directly to us in 2020, and we supplied during the same time we supplied the samples to Bomber in 2021, early 2021, but not in 2018.
Did they ask for certain specifications?
I believe it was toilet soap chips that they asked for, but Bomber asked for both in 2021.
But any other specifications with respect to the material that you use or with respect to moisture?
Yes, they would have sent us a spec sheet with all the parameters, with the various specifications. So that would have moisture, total fatty matter, glycerin, that sort of thing. At that time, my recollection serves me right, the specs for moisture for the toilet soap chips this time around would have been, I believe, 12 to 14. However, back in 2018, when we supplied them with the toilet soap chips, it was between 10 to 12. So there was a slight change in the specs that they requested between those years.
So at the time that you exported that to them, did they have any complaints?
We never received any formal complaints until we commenced legal proceedings. That's when we started to see there were complaints made by Bomber.
Would that have been the normal way to, once they have complaints, that they would consult with you? Or?
Yes, actually, we sent repeated emails asking how things were going, if they had tested, how did the processing go, the implant trials, and we never received a response until we saw the official response to, I think, the Ministry of Trade that related to the issues that they had, but nothing directly to us. Nope. And
in case you get complaints like that, would it be possible to, let's say, adjust your specifications?
In cases like that, what we would do is we would try and assist them in terms of the processing. So we have a technical team that's very experienced in soap manufacturing in Dominica. So we would plan a call, probably do a video conference or a virtual call where we would have our technical team speak to their technical team and obviously see if we could provide assistance in that way. If it even meant having people from our plant go over to assist them in their factory, we would have been open to that as well.
And from the other countries where you export the noodles to,
Yep.
you never received any complaints about anything of this?
No quality complaints at all.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Stimson?
Your Honor, yeah.
Higgins?
I'll wait for re-examination, Your Honor.
Good.
Morning, sir. Is it Sir Dano?
Damian Sorrendo.
Sorrendo.
Yeah, the
Thank
H
you.
is silent.
I didn't want to mispronounce it. Mine is often mispronounced. Ah. Sir, would it be correct to say that your plant, after dealing with the ravages of Hurricane Maria and Tropical Storm Erica, didn't become fully operational until 2020?
No, we became fully operational in February of 2018.
2018?
Yes. Tropical Storm Erica was in 2015. The plant was reacquired. The assets of the factory were reacquired in 2017. We were actually getting ready to do our production trials in September of that year, and obviously Hurricane Maria hit Dominica in 2017, so that further delayed our commencement of operations.
And your team in 2018 was about 32 people?
Yes, I would say we started with about that.
They expanded to 70 people in about 2021?
No, we've never had 70.
Never had 70?
Never had a complement of 70 people. Right now, our staff is probably about 45.
45, all right.
Yes.
So your production, you had mentioned the process with Colgate Palmolive and your experience there. You would agree with me, therefore, sir, that Colgate Palmolive never produced soap chips to exceed the local demand in Dominica for your own factory's production. Is that correct?
No, that is not correct, because they produced finished goods from their soap chips, but they had excess capacity to produce a lot more.
But they never produced.
To export.
They never did they?
That's a correct.
That's correct. Thank you. And during that time, they produced tallow-based soap chips.
They produced tallow-based. That is correct.
When you provided the samples to Island Products in 2021, did they have to pay for those samples of soap chips?
Yes, we did charge for the samples.
Right. Did you charge Bomber as well in 2018?
We provided, I believe, 2 tons free of charge, and another 2 tons we charged for.
All right. So Bomber provided its comments to you directly regarding the quality of the soap chips that they had? They didn't?
No.
Okay. One moment, please, sir. You had no discussions with Bomber about the quality of the product?
No, so we would have received test results that they provided from the Jamaica Bureau of Standards, which we actually had issue with because based on formulation and calculations, mathematical calculations, their formulas to us did not appear to make mathematical sense. So we actually raised questions to Bomber as it relates to Jamaica Bureaus of Standards test results. And we never received any formal feedback from Bomber on that. So they were actually supposed to provide us with feedback from the Bureau as well as feedback in terms of how the processing trials went in the plant, but we never received any official communication on that.
And you never communicated with Bomber, you say, regarding it?
No, we tried. So we communicated directly with them, trying to get them to provide us that information, but it was not forthcoming.
Can you just help clarify for me? So the Bureau of Standard, when was, this is the first shipment to Bomber, is that what we're talking about?
That is so, yeah.
That's 2018.
No, it was for the...
I'm just going to clarify.
No, I just want, because you remember, you've heard the evidence, so maybe let me ask you what I want clarified. I want to clarify that we're all on the same page. Well, already he said no, so I had a hesitation in my own mind, so that confirms it.
And that is where I was.
So what I want you to clarify with some precision is the timing. What are we talking about? When it happened? When did this response from the Bureau come in? And when was the query that he alleges he raised with Bomber raised, so that we get a timeline, because
I'm going to assist the court and Mr. Sir.
No.
Reno.
Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Sereno. Your Honor, with your leave, might the witness be shown, direct witness to page 60 of the agreed bundle of documents, bundle 4A on the screen. Sir, so, well, not a memory test. I don't want to have you stretch your mind too far. In 2018, in August 31, Lana Bennett was the general manager of Kirk FP, and you would have, hold on for me. You would have written her regarding.
Go up, go. I think
missed it, gone too far.
I think you scroll too far down. Yes, I believe, no, not this one. Higher up. This one, this one, right?
Yes, sir. So, in 2018, you agree that you would have been aware that there was a substandard quality based on their demands?
Yes, and this was the letter I was referring to
yes.
During council's questioning, where I said that we officially communicated to them, letting them know we had sourced the appropriate bags and we should not have a reoccurrence of that in the future.
They never chose to go back to get further supplies from you?
No.
No.
What page is this, Council?
Page 60 of bundle 4A.
60. Okay, good.
Your Honor.
Thanks.
Volume what?
Page 60
of volume
4A. Agreed bundle. And so similarly, when you say while you never got any comments from Kirk FP, appreciating that they would have paid for samples, they never made any orders from you, did they?
No, not after the time we sent the samples in 2021.
And the only time that DCP ever really began to supply soap noodles to the region would have been in 2021, is that correct?
Yes.
And to smaller markets than Jamaica, is that correct?
Yes.
Crave your indulgence, Your Honors. Sorry, now, apart from indicating to through your government that there was the capacity to supply the soap noodles required, was it ever demonstrated?
It would have been demonstrated during the time of Colgate-Palmolive because it's basically the same equipment and assets that we would have acquired.
Well, sir, you did indicate to us, though, that the plant had to be revamped with machinery and equipment when it was acquired by DCP Successors. So at the time when Jamaica would have sought, there was no demonstration by your company, DCP Successors Limited, not Colgate, of the ability to meet that supply. Would you agree?
There would not have been a need in terms of demonstration.
Sir, just answer my question.
Yes, in terms of demonstration, I believe we shared a table where we showed the various lines that we had and the capacity of each of those lines. So when you looked at that on an annual basis, there was between 10 and 12,000 tons annual capacity that we demonstrated that we have at that time, but we didn't have the demand, so there was no need to obviously produce to demonstrate.
So at the time, really what you could only show in terms of actual production was what you made for your own demand or your own requirements to produce finished soap.
Yes.
But nothing in relation to supplying to the region the input of soap noodles.
No, not directly.
All right. Thank you.
Sorry, did anybody ask you to demonstrate that
capacity?
Not demonstrate. They asked us if we had the capacity, to which we told them we did. But to demonstrate, we would have to use up raw material, which would obviously be a waste. So we told the Dominica government and obviously CARICOM by extension that we had the capacity to produce the region supply.
Is that 10 to 12,000?
Yes.
That is the capacity.
That's the capacity of the plant.
At the time, or at that time, how much of that capacity you used?
We're probably doing about 1,000 tons a year now with the current
1,000?
1,000 tons with the current demand.
This
with
is 10 times more you could do?
Yes. And we only operate in one shift, and we're not even maximizing that one shift. So definitely we would be able to ramp up and produce the 10,000 to 12,000.
Mm-hmm. Thanks.
You have indulgence. No further questions of Mr. Surrender. Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah.
Just to ask you, please, you're saying you're now using 1/10 of your capacity? Is that the current situation?
That is correct. That's the percent utilization.
Oh, okay. And do you have any idea as to what the demand in Jamaica for these chips may be?
I believe their demand would probably be about 180 tons a month for soap chips.
So you're saying that's well within your capacity to supply? Yeah. Yeah, thanks.
Ms. Showman, does CARICOM wish to ask the witnesses any question?
Thank you, Mr. President. No.
Okay. Mr. Gibbs, is there anything in re-examination?
Yes, Your Honor. Just crave your indulgence. Mrs. Sorrendo, you were asked about Colgate and its capacity to supply. What exactly was Colgate's capacity to supply?
Colgate's capacity would have been about the same, like I mentioned, between 10 and 12,000 tons annually. At the time, they were probably doing about 6,000 tons a year because they weren't maximizing, as I had indicated.
Your question about the Bureau of Standards results, test results.
Yes.
And you indicated that they were inaccurate. Do you know if the Bureau of Standards redid the test?
I don't know. I don't recall ever seeing additional test results from them.
Could I ask for a clarification? You said the Colgate produced about 6,000
About
tons?
6,000 soap tons.
But you are now producing 1,000.
1,000.
So what is the explanation for?
Well, you would appreciate that during Colgate times, a multinational company, they would have had their core global brands and they would have been shipping not just regionally, but extra regionally as well. So there would have definitely been more demand for their products. Back in those times, when we reacquired the assets, we would have started from scratch. So we had no brands, no formulations. We had to develop everything from scratch, and we're obviously still building the brand awareness required to get increased demand.
Thank you.
Curve your indulgence, this is a technical problem.
Sure.
Your Honor, I wish to show the witness a document. However, our computer is giving us technical difficulties, so I may have to hand the physical document out.
Our technician will see if he can assist you.
Is it up on the screen?
Yes.
This is
Mr. Sorrento, have you ever seen this document?
Can you scroll up? Is there more to this?
Is this part of the agreed one, Mr. Dick?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Could you direct us to it?
Oh, this is page
2838.
bundle 4B.
Thank you.
This is actually a bundle submitted by the State of Jamaica.
I don't recall seeing this test report. What we received from Kirk was a table that showed our results, their results, and the Bureau of Standards results. So we didn't see one with just the Bureau's results. We saw a comparison between the various sets of results.
Can you scroll up on the second page of this document? You see the results on that page?
Yes, I do.
Are those the results that you thought were wrong?
No, this looks different. I believe their total fatty matter was higher the first time around, in the first set of results we saw, which we challenged and questioned.
And just Scroll up so we can take a note of the date of this document. No, scroll down. Oh, the date is there. August 12. Date tested is what on the document? I can't see. Can you state for me what the date tested?
The date tested is July 5th, well, between July 5th and August 9th, 2021.
Could we see the page where that is located?
What's the Courier page number?
2838.
Same one, okay. Courier.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Simpson, is there anything that you'd like to ask?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, it's 11:09, you're doing quite well for time. We could take a break now for 10 minutes.
And, Your Honor, perhaps I should formally indicate that that is the case for the claimant.
That's the case for the claimant.
It is, Your Honor.
Yes. Okay, so we come back at 11:20.
All right. Rise.
Yes, Mr. Simpson.
May it please Your Honors, at this time, the defendants wish to open their case, and we'd like Ms. Lorna Brissett to be called.
Yes.
For the court's benefit, her witness statement is at page 1327 of bundle number 2.
Honors, Ms. Lorna Brissett, present before the court.
Please raise your right hand and the left hand on the Bible. Do you swear by the Holy Bible that the evidence you shall give be the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Ms. Brissett, we all need to hear you today, so just be as near to that mic as you can, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Brissett, could you confirm where do you work?
I work with the Trade Board Limited in State of Jamaica.
Your Honors, are you hearing Ms. Brissett?
Not
No, a bit closer to the mic.
A little louder. Come nearer to the mic for me. Push your chair closer for me. Thank you. No need to be nervous. We're all here just to hear what you can confirm in your statement.
Okay.
Did you give a witness statement in this matter?
Yes, I did.
If you saw that statement again, could you identify it?
Sure.
How would you identify it, Ms. Brissett?
My name, and I have signed to the same.
All right, so, Your Honor, I believe Ms. Brissett has a document in front of her. Might I ask her to peruse it? Could you have a look at that document, look at the last page? You can direct this to page 1332 of the bundle. You there, Ms. Brissett?
Yes, yes I am.
Is that your signature on the document?
Yes, it is.
Yes, LB1.
Grateful to you, Your Honor. We wish no amplification, so we ask that this witness statement stand as the witness evidence in chief. It pleases you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Brissett.
Good morning.
I have a few questions for you. How long have you been employed at the trade board?
30 years.
Many?
30.
And this is the same length of time that you would have been the manager of export certification and trade
No,
agreements?
it is not.
When
I've
did
been
you-
manager since 2018.
And you are responsible for the issuance of certificates of origin.
Sure am.
So I would assume you're familiar with the Revised Treaty of Chaguaramas and the provisions.
Yes, I am.
And the trade board is a regulatory industry under the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce, correct?
Yes, it is.
So I'd be correct that the ministry would liaise with the trade board with matters concerning community origin, community treatment, and so on.
Definitely.
Don't drop your voice, please.
I'm not hearing you well,
Microphone.
Perhaps you could bring the mic.
Close the mic.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Would you like me to repeat the
Yes,
last question?
please. Thank you.
So the trade board is a regulatory industry under the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce, correct?
Yes, it is.
Pardon?
Yes, it is.
And I would be correct that the ministry would liaise with the trade board on matters concerning community treatment and so on.
Yes, it does.
Ms. Brissett, if you could look at paragraph 4 of your witness statement.
I'm there.
Here you explain the process for issuing certificates of origin.
Sure.
Can you clarify for me at which point in this process the trade board verifies that there has been a change in tariff heading?
A change in
Tariff heading.
tariff heading.
At the at number 6.
So this is where you would check if the process is undertaken in the product analysis form, if the raw materials, they transform to something else. I'm correct there?
Right. Yes, it is.
Okay, Ms. Brissett, you may go to paragraph 7 for me, please. Here you describe what you call the manufacturing process that you observed on this site visit. Just to make sure I have an understanding of the process, I'm going to summarize what I understand. So the manufacturing process includes the mixing of soap noodles with fragrance and some color. The mixture is then molded and reshaped, and the remaining processes involve cutting the product, stamping, wrapping, and packaging it. Is that correct?
The you added the raw materials, and that mixture is mixed, and it has gone through. It would have gone through a heating process to get things molded together and make it pliable before it can go through the shaping and the other processes.
Isn't the plotting machine where the heat is attached and it just reshapes the mixture?
What machine?
Not
now?
only
Plodding, thank you.
not only reshapes the heat process, it makes it come together and make it more pliable for it to go through the extruder.
So it puts them together, makes them more pliable to manipulate, but it still reshapes the soap noodle, the mixture.
Reshaping is done after it comes through the plotter, and it is, because when it comes through the plotting machine, it is softer. It makes it more, it's easier to form, easier to shape.
Okay, Ms. Brissett. At paragraph 8 of your witness statement, are you there?
Sure.
Here you say that the trade board continued issuing certificates of origin while the safeguard applications for 3 soap producers were pending. And that would be Blue Power, Kirk FP, and Island Products, correct?
As directed by the ministry.
As well?
Directed by the ministry.
When you say directed, what do you mean?
We were issued an order to continue to issue the certificates of origin.
Okay. And these applications were only pending between January 2020 and February 2020, correct?
Can you rephrase that for me?
The time period that the applications would have been before CARICOM for the safeguard, if you were to be issued a safeguard certificate, that time period between when you submitted the application and when a decision was made was January 2020.
I cannot speak to that.
Pardon?
I cannot speak to that. It is not done at the trade board, but at the ministry, which I cannot speak to.
Your Honors, if I could take the witness to Bundle 4A, CCJ pages 110 to 11. Ms. Brissett, are you seeing the document?
Yes, I am.
This is a letter from CARICOM to the Ministry of Industry, Commerce, Agriculture and Fisheries. And just to confirm, the Ministry of Industry, Commerce, Agriculture and Fisheries is the same as the Ministry of Industry, Commerce.
Yes, it is.
This letter was sent to the Ministry on the 13th of February, 2020.
Noted.
You will see it goes through what CARICOM requires in terms of rules of origin, what the products are required to satisfy.
Yes,
And then, pardon?
I'm seeing that.
And then, at the penultimate paragraph, that begins in light of the foregoing.
Yes.
Can you read it to yourself? Am I correct that CARICOM refused the safeguard applications as at February 13, 2020?
Yes.
And if you look at the paragraph right above that one, this letter required the certifying authority of Jamaica to verify something. And this was whether Jamaican soap producers wholly produce their soap products or engage in substantial transformation, correct?
Right.
And I'm correct that the certifying authority in Jamaica is the trade board.
Yes, it is.
Would you agree with me that the Jamaican soap producers do not wholly produce their soap products?
Right, it's not wholly produced. It's
Pardon?
not wholly produced.
You would also agree with me that in 2020, Jamaica's ministry accepted that the soap products produced by the Jamaican soap producers do not qualify for community treatment.
The ministry, which I do not work at the ministry, I cannot speak to what the ministry does.
So when you said earlier that the ministry liaises with the trade board as the certifying authority, there's no communication?
I don't know if there was, but we got a letter to say that we should continue, and that's all I can speak to.
If the witness, pardon? If the witness could be taken.
Witness, could you draw the microphone directly in front of your mouth? The microphone, right. Thanks.
The witness could be taken to Bundle 4A, CCJ page 132. So, Ms. Brissett, this is a letter from the ministry to the CARICOM Secretariat on the 22nd of September, 2020. You'll see it makes reference to the February 13, 2020 letter I just referred you to.
Yes.
And in the second paragraph, can you read it to yourself for me, please?
Sure. I've read it.
So you would agree with me that as at September 2020, Jamaica knew that the soap products did not qualify for community treatment?
Based on this correspondence.
But this did not stop the Trade Board from continuing to issue the certificates of origin.
This was a correspondence between the ministry and Secretary General, CARICOM, not the Trade Board.
But the Trade Board is the certifying authority, and you continued issuing the certificates after this time.
Yes.
And you continued doing so until June 2021.
Yes, we did.
June 10 to be specific. And you only stopped doing so because it would have been a breach of the treaty, correct?
Stopped doing so because we were instructed by the ministry.
You stopped doing it because you were instructed by the ministry in 2021?
Definitely.
Not because it was a breach? You weren't breaching the RTC?
I think she has answered that, Council, hasn't she?
Pardon?
I thought she had answered that she stopped because she was so instructed by the ministry.
Very well.
Yeah.
No further questions, Your Honor.
You were so instructed, but did you know why?
No, sir.
You didn't?
Not at my level, no.
I see. I think a tariff heading consists of 4 digits. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so at first when you had this classification, there was a change of tariff heading.
In our opinion, yes.
Yeah, in your, as you saw it at
Yes,
that
sir.
time. Yeah, but later on, it became clear that the heading was the same for noodles and the finished soap, correct?
Yes, sir.
So then there was no change in the tariff heading.
Based on what we were advised later on.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
So, but nevertheless, certificates of origin were issued.
Yes, sir.
At what point did the ministry ask for the safeguard certificates?
I can't speak to that, sir.
Can't speak to
No,
that.
sir, I don't know.
But was it your knowledge that one needed a safeguard certificate in order to be able to, in the situation, to be able to issue a certificate of origin?
After it was advised that they fall in the same category, that would have been a plausible reason to ask for a safeguard.
But in the end, CARICOM refused to give the safeguard certificate, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Ma'am, you, at paragraph 8, you say that the Trade Board, just almost to the end of that paragraph, if you have it, and you want to look at it. I understand it's a little awkward because you have to face that way, look at your screen and look at us. Don't worry about us for now. You said that guided by the ministry, continue to issue certificates of origin. I thought I heard when you were giving your evidence just now that you said directed by the ministry. it doesn't matter for my purposes of the question that I want to ask you. If you are the certifying and competent authority as relates to the issue of certificates of origin, is the decision yours or the ministry's as to when a certificate should be issued and the rules have been complied with?
Well, based on the fact that they have given us the authority to do so, they also have the right to say whether or not we should or should not. And they did in the form of writing to the CEO, and we followed.
So the ministry can direct you to issue
Yes,
a
sir.
certificate?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm not sure how things work, so I wanted to ask you. Okay, thank
But
you.
can I just be allowed to nuance that a little bit? Let us accept that the ministry can direct you. Did you see yourself as responsible or under duty to give your professional, informed opinion to the ministry? I understand what you're saying, that you felt that the ministry had authority to direct you and you have to follow the authority. But I want to ask it from a different point of view. Given this that was unfolding, did you think that you were under duty to issue your professional opinion as to what the status should be? And if yes, did you do that to the ministry?
Well, the correspondence was sent to the then CEO.
That you mean from you?
From the ministry, was sent to the CEO, and he decided and gave us instructions, and we follow. As to whether or not there was a conversation there with him and the ministry, I cannot speak to that. I don't know.
Well, sorry, following on from my brother's
yes,
question,
you go ahead.
did you communicate to your CEO your view that there was something askance about that? You did not communicate to the ministry, I realize.
Right.
So communication between them takes place at a higher level.
Yes,
But as
sir.
between you and your CEO, did you give your view?
Well, there's another layer above me, so as to whether or not she spoke to the CEO, I can't really say.
But I think the question we're trying to ask is, given that you are a person with the competence to make the assessment, do you remember your earlier witness statement? You speak about the whole process.
Yes, sir.
So we understand that you are bound by instructions from the chain of command as it comes down.
Yes,
We're
sir.
not questioning that. What we're trying to inquire about is, did you, acting in your own competence and independence, indicate to whoever was ahead of you, I don't know, that, I'm not going to try and suggest what you said, but did you speak to them and tell them what you thought this situation was and the implications?
At the beginning, yes.
Yes. Okay, fair
Yes.
pause. What did you tell whoever that person was? I don't need to know who the person is. I just want to know what you told them.
In my capacity, I would have mentioned that if it's a quoted decision, then we should follow.
Mhm.
But after that,
No,
that's as far as I can go.
there is, please, we understand completely. All you could do is offer your opinion, and then you are bound thereafter. That we understand that. I just wanted to clarify what your opinion is. So your opinion, well, you've articulated it. So yeah. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
If I may, you must be aware of Schedule 1 of the Revised Treaty, which has a list of conditions to be complied with as provided under Article 84 of the treaty and the rules regarding community origin.
Yes, sir, I am.
That list, does that contain anything about soap?
No, sir.
No, huh?
No, sir.
Soap is not mentioned in that list.
No, sir.
So any provision that deals with that list would not concern soap?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, I'd just like to follow up on a question raised by my brother. If you go back to your witness statement, paragraph 2, you indicate here that you are employed in the capacity of as manager.
Yes, sir.
How many layers are there above you? Because
There's the director, which is above me, and then the CEO.
so you're in the decision-making process. How do you fit into that matrix?
I report to my director, and she then liaises with the CEO. So I would report to her.
Okay, thank you.
Ma'am, one further question for me. By the time you speak about in your paragraph, your last paragraph that I had referred you to, by the time all of this was going on, November 2019, the World Customs Organization, the WCO, had already given their advice, as far as you are aware, ma'am?
Actually, I am not sure as to when WCO was contacted or when they give their advice, because that was not done by my department.
I understand that, but you were aware that that advice was received in Jamaica? Or at least had been received, yes, by your customs agency? But that is not something that came into your
not
thinking at all?
Not to my level.
Thank you.
And maybe if I can just ask one last thing. In your paragraphs 5 and 6, I believe, 5, 6, and 7, you spoke to a process that you looked at, right? It's paragraph 6 and 7. Remember, you described the process that you observed, and you asked some questions about that. This is a process that you observed directly yourself.
Yes, I did.
Yes. And would you say that there was a substantial transformation in the nature of what came in to what came out?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. What came in, could it be used as soap?
Not in my opinion.
So what came in could not be used at all as soap?
Not in the nature of how you use soap.
Right. What made it into soap in this process?
The additives and the heating process.
What were these additives?
The fragrances, the calcium carbonate, and all of those.
But what are the essential chemical constituents of soap?
In my opinion, the fact that it went through that heating process had changed it, and normally it applied to chemicals.
Oh no, all right, so just bear with me a little bit. What is the chemical nature of soap, of what we call soap, whether washing soap or laundry soap or bath soap or whatever? What is the essential chemical product?
To what I know that makes the soap noodles that was presented to us was fatty acids, these acids. And for it to be used as is, it would be a bit abrasive. So taking it through that process, that heating and mixing process would, in my opinion, makes it less abrasive. Would do some form of transformation.
And you would describe that as substantial?
Definitely.
Because in your opinion, what was imported, pellets, could not be used for the purpose of soap. That's your opinion.
That's my opinion. Yes, sir.
Only at the end of the plodding process could what came out on the other end be used for the purposes of soup.
In my opinion.
That's your professional opinion?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
We heard a lot about the saponification process this morning. A very fascinating word. Would you agree that the process that you observed in Jamaica was not that? Was not the saponification process? Would you agree?
I did not see that saponification process.
Sorry, I didn't hear you. Sorry.
No, I did not see that.
So on your site visit, what you observed was not the saponification process.
No.
It was something in the later stages of getting the finished product
Yes, sir.
together. Okay, thanks.
Are the soap noodles still being imported into Jamaica
I cannot.
without the payment of the Common External Tariff?
Cannot speak to that, sir.
You don't
It's
know?
a different department, no, sir.
I see. But the soap that is manufactured by the Jamaican companies can't be exported throughout CARICOM without the payment of the Common External Tariff.
Cannot speak to that, sir.
Well, these manufacturers have not been able to get a safeguard certificate.
Not being able to get the safeguard or a certificate of origin.
Or certificate of origin. Okay.
One more thing. In paragraphs 5 and 8, I believe, of your witness statement, I hope I've not misunderstood the documents here. You make reference to good faith. Is that so?
Yes, it is.
Paragraphs 5 and 8.
Yes, it is, because that's what we clarify. Yes, it is.
Right. Can you explain to us what you mean by that? What you mean by these activities or decisions being made in good faith? What does that mean?
When we accepted or arrived at the tariff code 3823, it was in good faith that it was really 3823.
Right. So the good faith reference there is that you're acting on advice given by the Bureau of Standards, or I'm just trying to understand, because this is in your witness statements. I'm trying to understand what you mean by this reference to good faith. Can you just help me with that?
When we get documentation and it had on it soap noodles and some persons put fatty acids, we accepted it. And we, based on research from the HS and from the explanatory notes, that it is classified in 3823. Also, based on documentation that would have been supplied to us, which would be the customs entry, that it was actually classified in 3823.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
If you were making a closing speech for your witness statement or your testimony, it would be that you formed an opinion, the opinion that you gave, in good faith.
In good faith.
And whether you were after proven to be wrong or it was decided on a contrary opinion that you were wrong, and you, at the time, did what you thought was right, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ms. Showman, do you have any questions that you wish to ask of the witness?
Thank you, Your Honor. No, listening with great interest, but no questions.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Stimson?
Before you do that, just one question. You said it was the trade board that formed the view that the manufacturing process constituted more than minimal processing. Now, apparently that's your opinion too.
Based on site
I mean,
visit that you
is
said.
it, the question is actually, do you have the background to make that decision? Are you a chemist or?
No, not.
No, so how, and you say it was the board that formed that view, so it's not just you, correct?
Repeat that again.
It is not just you who had that view, it was the board. So how do you get to that view, that it is not, that it is more than minimal processing?
The process, it does not just involve this mixing of the thing. The heating and the process that makes it from just, what do we say, make it just the pellets, just the hard stuff. The fact that the heating was applied to it, and heating in most processes.
Yeah, but who takes that decision? Not you, is it? You take that decision? This is more than minimal processing?
Yes, sir.
That's your decision?
Or whomever had done the site visit, but in this case, it was myself.
It was your decision. Okay, thank you.
Yes, I wanted to ask one last question, at least one question on your last paragraph, and my brother raised about, you say, and in good faith, you did so and so. In answer before to my brother, Justice Jamada, you mentioned something about your own cautionary view then, that if this was contrary to what Quartet was doing. So I put that in the mix, and I wonder how much good faith was there after there was the World Customs Organization advice. And I see that you were aware of it because you speak about it in paragraph 5 of your witness statement, ma'am. How much good faith was there in your signing, or this signing of the certificates of origin?
My signing of the certificates of origin prior to, because in good faith, in paragraph 5, I said prior to WCO. It was done in good faith.
Yes, so let's go to paragraph 8 now.
Right, in paragraph 8, it was not up to us. As I said, it was a directive which we followed. I cannot speak to good faith in terms of the decision makers then.
Okay, I understand. Thank you, ma'am.
Ms. Brissett, prior to 2019, the decision, allow me to rephrase, prior to being advised of the change in tariff heading to mirror the finished product under 34, who signed the certificates of origin that were issued?
The officers that were in the unit.
All right. Including yourself?
Yes. Yes.
You indicated to the court that you had expressed an opinion regarding the suitability of that course after 2019. Thereafter, who would have signed the certificates?
The CEO.
CEO.
Only.
Thank you. And just for the guidance, to assist the court can note the bundle number 4A, page 490.
Page, sorry.
424, I'm very sorry. 424 of bundle 4A. I fail to appreciate that my charger should have been left on the computer at the material time, so I can't show the witness here. But I think it's just for the benefit of the court, so we're not up. Just for context. You'll note the certificates prior, samples done up to February 2018, 423 and before are signed by Ms. Brissett and others. However, the December 2020, we see one signed by the CEO, just for the court's appreciation of the circumstances, and the documents do correlate with the witness's evidence. Ms. Brissett, you've indicated that there is in your opinion, substantial transformation or more than minimal processes being involved. You've referenced a change. What change occurs, in your opinion, because of the heating that's involved in the process from soap pellets to minimal processing along with the mixing?
In my opinion, what was being mixed before in terms of the soap pellets and the other additives, it did not come together until it gets into the flooding machine where the heat was applied. The heat was applied, the characteristics of it change.
What? Its chemical characteristics or physical characteristics?
Physical, sorry.
Okay.
She wouldn't be able to speak to its chemical characteristics.
No.
Is it just for the, do you appreciate, Ms. Brissett, that while finished soap and soap pellets have the same heading, they have a different subheading under the HS?
Yes, they do.
Are you aware of the significance of the difference in subheadings? If you aren't, that's fine.
Yes, I am.
What does the difference in subheadings mean?
It breaks it down a little bit. The further you go down on the subheading, and it breaks it down, the characteristics of it like break down. 3401 is the chapter, 1 is the heading, and you have subheadings that speak to other forms of soaps. And
right, thank you, Ms. Brissett. No further questions.
Yes. Yes? We could do more. Yeah. Do you have another witness we could do before lunch, Mr. Simpson?
Lunch should be at what time, my lord? Your Honor, forgive me. We're looking at 12:30?
Well, why don't we go as far as we can, up
I think
until
we should.
12:30?
Yes. We'd like to call Mr. Orain Thompson. Oh, it's released.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Yes, sorry, Ms. Brissett, thank you very much. You may stay, or you are free to go.
Mr. Thompson's witness statement is at page 1333 of bundle number 2.
Honors, Mr. Orain Thompson, present before the court.
Yes, thank you.
Just raise your right hand and place your left hand on the Bible. And do you swear by the Holy Bible that the evidence that you shall give to this court in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
My lord, Your Honors, could you hear the witness's response clearly?
Why don't you start off by telling him what to do? Come closer to the microphone.
Come closer to the
hold it
mic.
your mouth, etc.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah?
I noted that your brother nodded in confirmation, but I appreciate that you did not share the same appreciation.
I'm very glad.
Mr. Thompson, I need you to speak clearly
Yes.
and as loudly as you are now, because in the court we all need to hear what you're saying and take note.
All right, good enough.
You may not be asked questions by the judges. You refer to them as Your Honor.
Correct.
Now, sir, could you state your full name?
I'm Orion Thompson,
And where do you work, sir?
the Jamaica Customs Agency.
What's your role there?
I'm a incentives monitoring supervisor.
What does that role entail, sir?
Well, basically, what that function is that we look at all the persons who would receive benefits under the different incentive schemes set up by the government. And that would also include all manufacturers, farmers, hotels, etc.
Sir, did you give a witness statement in this matter?
Yes, I did.
And if you were to see that statement again, you could identify it?
Yes, I would.
You got a document earlier today. With your permission, Your Honors, might this be shown that might he peruse the document? Have a look at the last page for me.
Yes, sir.
I'm directing to page 1341, Your Honors. Is that your signature fixed above your name, sir?
Yes, it is.
And have you perused the statement? Have you reviewed it recently?
Yes, I did.
Information in it correct?
Yes, it would appear so, yes.
Your Honors, might this statement stand as witness evidence in chief and be appropriately marked?
Yes, OT1.
Mr. Thompson, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Counsel.
You just indicated to Jamaica's Council that you are, is it the monitoring supervisor or a monitoring supervisor?
A monitoring supervisor.
Jamaica submitted a number of documents to the court for this case. You're aware of that?
Yes, I am.
And in fact, so did your department.
Yes.
Was this, would you say these were all the relevant documents, all the relevant important documents?
I couldn't speak to that.
Can you say that these are all the relevant documents from your unit?
The ones that were submitted by the incentive unit, yes.
Speaking for your unit. Look at your witness statement, please, sir. At paragraphs 27 and 28. This is at the end of your witness statement. You're on 1340 and 1341. Now, in paragraph 27, you indicate that Blue Power was approved for PIR.
Correct.
And you say when?
Correct.
In fact, this follows a number of paragraphs in which you explain the process that was followed with Blue Power.
Correct.
And in 28, you refer to two other manufacturers who you say were approved, but you don't say when. When was that?
When they were approved?
Correct.
I am not sure. I would have to look at the documents that were submitted.
Do you recall why you gave the date for Blue Power but not for these others?
Yes, because I was intimate with Blue Power.
I see. But you didn't deal with the others?
No, I was not.
I see. Could I show the witness bundle 4A at page 214? So starting at 213, let's just show you the start of the document. Is it on your screen? A letter dated 12th October 2021?
Yes, I'm seeing that.
So there's a letter from the Trade Board. And there are then a number of pages, 214 and following, with the names of various Jamaican companies. Can you say whether any of those companies also were granted PIR relief, apart from the three that we know about already?
From what I'm seeing, I'm familiar with some of the company names, yes.
And that they were granted PIR relief?
They were granted PIR, but I could not state exactly the date they would have gotten it. But I know some of the companies' names.
And do you know whether they are still enjoying PIR relief?
Could not answer that either at this point, no.
Could you say whether it was prior to 2020 or after that they were first granted?
Prior to 2020?
Yes.
Some of the companies would have had, because those are established manufacturers.
And some would have been after?
Sorry?
And some would have been after?
Possibly.
Let's return to your witness statement.
Sure.
In your witness statement, you refer to events up to 2018. So if you look at, for example, up to paragraph 26, up to paragraph 26, you're referring to give me a second. Yeah. Up to paragraph 23, you are discussing things up to 2018, and then after that you discuss things in 2021 and following. So you don't have any comments for the years between 18 and 21. You are aware that during that time, in 2019 to be specific, Customs requested advice from the WCO?
If I'm aware?
Yes.
I was told.
And that Customs received advice?
Again, I was told.
Do you know whether Customs shared the advice with the claimant, DCPS?
I would not be aware of that, no.
Let me show the witness in bundle 4A, page 91. There's a letter dated December 13, 2019 to Customs. And if you go to the second page, page 92, the last paragraph of that letter, it starts, however, recently DCP became aware that the agency, i.e. Customs, your agency, has considered the issue, received guidance from the WCO, communicated the decision. DCP has not seen the decision and we formally request a copy, etc. Do you know whether they receive a copy?
No, I could not answer that question, no.
Let me show you 4B.
Sure.
Volume 4B at page 2478. I'm sorry. 2748.
What page did you say?
2748, Your Honor. That letter I just showed you is December 13, 2019, from Attorney Hilton Powell. And this letter, at page 2748, is January 14, 2020, from Customs to now Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And you will see that in the first paragraph, it refers to that letter from the lawyers. And the following paragraph, the letter details manufacturing process for soap, etc. The letter goes on to question Jamaica's sovereign right to grant exemptions of the CET on intermediate goods, etc. And then in the following paragraph, there's a reference to the request and a statement that the Customs is of the view that we have no obligation to present a copy of the ruling. Were you aware of that position being taken by Customs?
No, sir, I would not.
In the penultimate paragraph of that letter, it should also be noted, the JCA has duly informed our relevant stakeholders of the proper classification. Would you say, Mr. Thompson, that DCPS was a relevant stakeholder? Keep in mind that the issue is advice from the WCO on the classification of soap ships following the complaint by DCPS. Are they a relevant stakeholder?
Well, if they are in that group of manufacturers who would have been affected by this ruling, then yes.
Did Customs ever reply to those attorneys, either that letter or the subsequent letters from them?
I could not answer that question.
Let's return then to something I think you can answer.
Sure.
Let's go back to your witness statement at paragraph 11. You speak to, starting here, and I think from 11 to 18, you speak to the verification process for the purposes of the PIR.
Yes.
No, this process starts with an application to the Ministry
of Industry, correct.
But the final decision lies with Customs.
Correct.
And just so I have the process right, the Ministry submits a recommendation to Customs.
Correct.
Recommending relief. The soap producer submits a data sheet and a production flow chart.
Correct.
Then there's a site visit by your office, by you and others.
And the Ministry. It's a joint.
I see. Your unit prepares a report.
Correct.
If we look at Bundle 4A, at page 35, and this is the first document in the bundle. This is the process for Blue Power. So it starts with, on page 35, the recommendation from the Ministry. Correct?
The letter I'm seeing is dated February 16, 2015.
Correct?
Yes, that's from the Ministry.
There is, at page 44, a data sheet. Monitoring exercise. That continues for a few pages, to 49, I think. Pause at 49. Yes, I think that's the end of the data sheet?
There would be a section in relation to the production aspect.
Okay, go to the next page, 50. That?
Should continue.
Continue. 50 to 52.
It would end at 50.
Okay. So, am I right that these are the documents and this is the information that you would have used to determine that Blue Power was eligible for relief at this time?
In relation to the actual site visit, correct?
Am I correct, Mr. Thompson, that there's nothing in these documents to indicate that you tried to verify whether this product, soap noodles, were available elsewhere in CARICOM? Is that right?
Yes, Council, you are correct, based on the function that I carry out.
Your Honors, those are my questions for this witness. Thank you, Mr. Thompson.
Mr. Thompson, are the soap noodles still being imported into Jamaica free of duty?
Your Honor, I couldn't answer that question at this time.
Would you agree that in principle a CET of 40% applies with noodles, soap noodles coming from outside the region?
If I agree in principle, Your Honor?
Yeah, in principle.
Yes, in principle, I would agree that there is a duty rate of 40% on soap noodles coming from outside,
Right.
yes.
So now there are some manufacturers of soap that have gotten an exemption.
Correct.
Are there any manufacturers of soap that didn't get an exemption? As far as you know?
No, as far as I know, no.
So all the manufacturers of soap got the exemption?
Who would qualify based on the process, yes.
Yes, well, they apparently all qualify.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. So, and for that you use the PIR.
Correct.
Yes. But of course, the focus of this court is more on, not on the domestic regime, but on the CARICOM regime. And for that, we have this list of commodities ineligible or eligible for conditional duty exemptions, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you look at that when you decide on an exemption under the PIR?
No, in relation to the function that I carry out, no, we don't, because based on the exemption list, this part 1, the system that custom has automatically has put all those codes into the system to block them. So we don't need to look at the
Don't need
list.
to look at them because, as you see it, the PIR already incorporated those.
In terms of ineligibles.
Yes.
For part 1.
Okay. Because I think you mentioned those lists. You said part 1 of the 4th schedule corresponds, that is in 16 of your statement. Part 1 of the 4th schedule corresponds to part 1 list of commodities ineligible for conditional duty exemptions. Correct?
Yes, Your Honor, correct.
Does soap appear in part 1 of that list?
No, Your Honor.
Does soap appear in part 2 of the list?
Yes, it does.
And so it is not ineligible under part 1 because it doesn't appear on the list? Soap.
It doesn't appear in
Part one of the list.
No, right. So that is the list that is of major concern in relation to the items that are ineligible
Yeah.
for duty conditions.
That
or
speaks
exemptions.
about the purpose of, for example, industry.
Correct.
But as soap is not on that list, as I understand it, that the soap could be eligible for an exemption.
On the part two, correct.
Part
On the part two.
two, but that is for, not for purposes of industry, but other kind of purposes.
As far as I know, part two of the exemption list is for industry.
Is for industry.
Is for industry.
Yeah. So part two, so if it is used, if the noodles are used for industry,
Correct.
on the part two,
Yes.
you say they could still be eligible for
They,
exemption.
they would be eligible for the exemption.
Okay. So that is the reasoning of your department, so to speak.
Based on the functions of my unit, that's the reason that we have, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
But even when it satisfies that test, that it's on part two, and it's being used for industry, you still require transformation, do you?
Yes, you are correct.
And in
Your Honor.
paragraph 26 of your witness statement, you do say that the inputs following the process that you observe on your site visit transformed the product into a new or distinct product.
Correct, Your Honor.
All right. So I just want you to explain to me what is this new or distinct product, which is separate and apart from the inputs which went into it.
All right, so being guided by the PIR, it states that if you have inputs that are in any way combined, and you can create something that is new or distinct based on its name, its use or character, then you would have created a new product. So in this particular instance, you have combined soap noodles along with other chemical components like perfumes and colorants and so on. So there are other additional things that are put in it, and it goes through a process, what I would call a homogenizing process, to create a distinct product.
Okay, and that's beyond just simple mixing or blending?
Yes, Your Honor.
I see.
But despite that, it doesn't change the tariff heading, does it?
You are correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
But I thought that the tariff heading, the essential character of a product, the tariff heading embraces all the products that conform to that essential character. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, Your Honor.
So that the State of Jamaica and your department are of the view that even though the finished product still bears the same tariff heading as soap, as the noodles bear, that nevertheless it is still a distinct product.
Yes, based on the law, in terms of the name, use, and character.
Based on what?
It's based on the PIR.
On the PIR.
Right.
Which is the domestic law.
Which is right, which is what guides our functions.
When earlier you said that in principle the soap noodles should attract a 40% tariff, what did you mean when you said in principle?
All right, but based on the classification, there was a ruling by WCO in terms of the classification, and where it is now classified, it attracts 40%.
So the PIR is an exemption from the 40%.
Yes, Your Honor, you're correct.
But it is an exemption which is not consistent with either the WCO's classification, or the CARICOM regime's approach to that particular product.
Yes, Your Honor, that might be the case, but I could not in any way try to navigate those waters. In terms of, I have said before, I'm guided by the domestic law.
Sure.
That would take you out of your comfort zone.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
Yes.
And you want to stay in your comfort zone, don't you?
I'm afraid where you're sitting now is probably outside your comfort zone in that regard. Yes, any other questions?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask something. You say about changes in use, name, character, right?
Correct.
Those are disjunctive, in your opinion?
Meaning?
Meaning that if there's a change in use only, or name only, or character only, it would qualify. It could
Correct.
qualify.
So what the character, because character is further broken down in the PIR, and it speaks to a physical, it has a listing of things. So it speaks to the physical change.
But I'm first trying to ascertain, must all three apply?
No.
No, right. So
No.
anyone can apply?
Anyone, it's a or.
Right, that's it, right.
Okay.
So let us throw away character for the moment.
Correct.
Right? And soap noodles come in, and we call them soap noodles.
Correct.
And somebody in Jamaica takes them and calls them soap flakes.
Correct.
Change in name. Correct?
Correct.
Qualify or not qualify?
No, because that would not have undergone a process.
Well, so it must go through the process that transform it and have a change in use, name, and character? What's the test? I'm trying to understand the test.
All right, the test is, let me break down character quickly for you.
No, you remember
Don't.
you said that it's an or.
Right.
So that character does not have to be a consideration. That's why I said take character out.
Okay.
Right. You said that either a change in use, name, or character
Right.
could result in the designation, the qualification of the PIR as PIR.
Correct.
Good. So what I'm trying to understand from you is, if we take name only, yeah?
Yes.
Is simply a name change sufficient?
Okay, see, no.
Why?
All right, how we apply the PIR, since it's an or, we would still more or less lean on more than one qualifier.
No, I know. You may do that as practice, but I'm asking you, what does your law require? You say this is local law.
Right.
You say the local law is disjunctive, meaning it is any one of qualifies.
Yes, but you'd have to be using the one that is most applicable to the item that you're handling.
Change in name.
Yeah, but I'm saying that the change in name might not make it qualify.
Why?
Because based on the process. In other words, the example that you gave, if you change the name and the process is not good enough in relation to qualifying the finished product.
So transformation has something more than change in name.
Correct.
All right.
Correct.
You are saying
Your Honor.
transformation has to have, whether there's a name change or not, or a use change or not, there must be a change in character. It seems to me what you're saying, that's an essential prerequisite. Is that correct?
You're correct, Your Honor.
So it's not really disjunctive.
Okay.
No, I'm asking. It can't be if you say you must have character, together with whatever other ingredients. In other words, change in character is something that you must always have. Agreed? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not saying that.
All right.
Not saying that.
Well, then you have me confused.
All right, so
help me understand.
All right, so when you look at the process
What do you mean by look at the process?
All right, because the transformation process, in relation to what is presented, how you're going to transform the inputs to a final product. After you have looked at the process, you're going to make a determination, first thing, if the goods are going to be new or distinct, even before you go to name, use, and character.
But what is the criteria for determining whether it's new or distinct? That's what we're trying to get at. What criteria are you applying to discover whether it is new and distinct? What makes it new and distinct?
So we would lean now on the name, use, and character.
So we back to determine if it is new and distinct, we must look at name, use, and character.
Okay, Your Honor, yes.
No, don't agree with me because I'm saying, you know, I want to give you are the expert. So is it that all three must be satisfied?
No, because if you only single out one, it might not make it qualify.
There's an element of subjectivity, of value assessment in this then. You sit down and look at the product and you have to make a qualitative assessment as to whether it's new and distinct.
Correct.
And that could involve name, use, and or character in different degrees.
Correct.
So there's a certain degree of subjectivity in that then. For example, change in character does not necessarily mean for you change in the chemical nature.
Right.
I'm asking.
True, because that might not be the instance.
Correct. So you may get a product that is completely soap. It can be used as soap, but you put it through a process, it comes in white, it comes out green, smell, it comes in with no smell, it comes out with a smell, and could be harder, softer, whatever. There is no sort of completely objective basis for determining whether that is new or distinct. That's a value judgment that your unit comes to.
Well, we are just using the terms in relation to the law in a very simplistic way. So if it comes out looking different, and we know there's a chemical change, and the commercial value has changed.
All right, good. You see, so now you're giving me ingredients. So comes out looking different. Looks, where there's a chemical change that is objectively determinable. You can test whether it's a different.
Correct.
And there is a commercial what?
Commercial change.
A commercial change.
Physical change.
Physical change.
Legal change.
Legal change.
Right.
That makes it new and distinct.
Yes.
Even if, for the purposes of the RTC, it's still classified under the same tariff heading as soap.
Correct, Your Honor.
In this case, the adage does not apply. If it looks like a rose and smells like a rose, it is a rose. In this case, it may look like a rose and smell like a rose, but it may not be a rose. It's a new and distinct product, right?
Correct.
All right, good, got it.
So all of this is captured by the word in the domestic regime, transformation, correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
While, of course, the Article 84 speaks about substantial transformation.
You're correct.
You don't look at that. You look at
No,
transformation.
we only look at the domestic law, which speaks to transformation.
Okay, clear. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Stimson.
No question.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Thompson. You may remain in court if you wish.
Thank you, Your Honors. I will.
Yes. We take it. You want to ask me? Oh, CARICOM, yes. Sorry, before you go. Ms. Showman, do you wish to ask any questions?
No, thank you, Your Honors. I actually only had one question, but I've seen that he's gone to his paragraph 26 and answered it.
I see. Okay, thank you. Okay, so we take the adjournment here for lunch, and we resume at 1:45.
All rise.
Thank you.
agree with you.
What's going on? It's my password.
The same thing.
The one I just entered.
Yeah.
judges, the Supreme Court of Justice.
Yes, Mr. Stimson? Yes.
Your Honors, my Chandelaine Davis, present before the court.
Situate close to the mic, please. Alright, so raise your right hand and place your left hand on the Bible. Alright. Do you swear by the Holy Bible that the evidence that you shall give in this court in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. My name is Chandelaine Davis.
I listen.
I'm the Senior Director, International and Industrial Liaison in the Jamaica Customs Agency. Approximately 9 years. Yes, sir. I've been with the Jamaica Customs Agency for approximately 24 years in total. Yes, I did. Yes, I could. My name, my signature, the date, May 11th, 2023, and the content.
Yes.
Refer to the document in her hand. Mr. Davis, have a look at that document for me. Directing the witness to page 13, what corresponds to page 1352 of bundle number 2. Go to the last page for me, Ms. Davis. Is that your signature above your name?
Yes, it is.
Ms. Davis, have you had a chance to review this statement?
Yes, I have.
Is everything that you've said here correct? You stand by it?
I would like to make a correction.
Okay, before you do, we formally admit it as SD1.
And Your Honors, with your leave, might the witness be allowed to make amplifications to correct matters she has disclosed that she's alluded to, and also we wish for her to make comments on evidence of previous witnesses.
Yes.
And also to amplify in terms of the substance of things disclosed. Thank you. Ms. Davis, yes, you said there is something you wish to correct.
Yes, sir.
And what is that, Ms. Davis?
I refer to paragraph 17, the first line, which reads, based on the certificate of analysis obtained I would like to correct certificate of analysis to read material safety data sheet. And with respect.
Sorry,
One moment.
Council, I didn't get that. Please.
Pardon, Your Honor?
I didn't get that, what you said.
Ms. Davis, you have to go a little, your voice is very calming, but not loud enough for us to hear.
Sorry.
I heard paragraph 17, so I'm there, but I'm not sure what the
What you
correction
wish
is.
to correct in paragraph 17?
Sorry. The document name, certificate of analysis.
And that's in the first line?
The first line.
Following the words based on the?
Yes.
All right. And that should read instead?
Material safety data sheet.
Material.
Material data safety sheet.
Go back a bit more.
Your Honor, I'd like the witness to be direct her to page 2928 of bundle 4B. You got that screen for me, Ms. Davis? Is this the document you refer to?
Yes, it is.
What's the date? Well, no, I have to go back to it. The dates on this document, issue date, can you read it?
16th of November, 2017.
Okay. Was there only one to which you were referring, or another?
There's another issue.
No, is there another data sheet to which you're referring, or just one data sheet?
There are two data sheets.
Your Honor, it's page 2931 of bundle 4B. Is this the other document to which you refer?
Yes, it is.
Are there any other corrections you wish to address in relation to paragraph 17, Ms. Davis?
Yes, there's one other.
Yes.
In the next line, I would like to correct the percentage range, which currently reads 70 to 75%, to read 60 to 75%.
And
That's in the same paragraph? 17?
yes, sir. It is in the second line.
Yes.
So it should be 60 to what?
To 75%.
Could you confirm for us where that can be verified?
It can be verified in both the material data safety sheets.
Let's go back to them slowly. We're going to. We're at the first data sheet from 2017. Scroll down. Where in the document should we be looking for that information?
If we could go back to the first page of the document, where it addresses the total fatty matter. Yes. We will see the title, Material Safety Data Sheet, under which reads Fatty Acid Pellets, and under that it reads Laundry Soap Noodles, LSN 1090, TFM 64%. That is also repeated in the body.
All right. Is there a similar reference in the second data sheet?
Yes.
Okay, can we go there? Yes, and in that document, where do we find the reference?
Under product description.
Yes.
Soap noodles, 80-20, 72% minimum TFM.
All right. Thank you. And those are the corrections you wish to clarify. Those are the matters that you saw that were not correct?
Yes, sir.
That's it?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. All right. Now I'd like to take you to paragraph 31 of your witness statement. That's at page 1350 of bundle number 2. You make reference to customs needing to determine that there is an adequate supply of commodities produced in the region. At this time, referenced in your witness statement, 2019, after the WTO ruling, what steps, if any, did customs take to verify that there was no local supply?
What steps?
If any, did customs take
Okay.
to determine, and I'll use the exact words, that there was no adequate supply of the commodities in the region?
In determining whether or not.
Pause. Waiting for the. Some places we go by pens. I'm going by the strokes of keys. Well, you can start.
Thank you. In determining whether or not there's adequate supply within the region, we would have to look at the ability of the supplier to provide the quantity and quality of soap noodles required by the Jamaican manufacturer. We would have first looked at the Part 1 of the list of ineligibles to see if the product was on Part 1. To see if the product was on Part 1 of the list of ineligibles.
Yes.
We would also would have engaged with the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce, which is the ministry responsible for trade and CARICOM matters. And that ministry within its portfolio has this kind of dialogue and represents on CARICOM matters to ascertain what was, they also monitor industry, to ascertain what was going on in the industry among our stakeholders and what would have been going on in CARICOM with respect to goods and our specific input. We would have had dialogue over the period in which they would have indicated that stakeholders, importers, manufacturers would have indicated that having imported soap noodles from the Dominica, it was found to be not of the quality that the Jamaican manufacturers would require, and they were not able to meet the quality standards. We have had several discussions over the period.
Several discussions with whom?
With whom?
The Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce. May I proceed? Concerning what was going on in the industry, and as well as the discussions in COTED, and would have also been involved in meetings and discussions with our manufacturers, where they would have also indicated that the soap noodles that are produced by Dominica are not of a standard to meet their needs.
Thank you. Grave indulgence. Take it to Mr. Nassif's witness statement. I'd like you to make a comment in relation to look at paragraphs 22 to 25 and confirm if you have any, give us your comments on that section of his witness statement. Just know when you need us to scroll.
Please scroll. Please stop. To 25? Could you scroll, please? Could you please repeat the question?
Now, this section of Mr. Nassif's statement speaks to Jamaica's continued waiver of the CET. And he set out his basis for that statement, that leading heading. What are your comments on what he set out here? Do you have any?
With respect to the June 9th letter, the Jamaica Customs Agency continues to apply the exemption to imports of soap noodles for the manufacturing sector. In all other instances, the 40% CET is applied. The basis for this, the application of the exemption, would be Rule 5, Section 1 of the list of conditional duty exemptions under Article 82, which provides a discretion to member states to apply such an exemption for the purpose of industry, an exemption to goods of Part 2 of the list of ineligibles for the purpose of industry. Soap noodles are listed under Part 2 to the list of ineligibles. So Jamaica would have acted in accordance with the Rule 5 of the CET.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. There may be some questions from our friends, and you may also be prepared to have some potentially questions from the judges.
Can I just clarify one little thing? Did she say continues to apply the exemption or continued? Is it an ongoing? I'm just trying to clarify. I wasn't sure what I heard.
I believe perhaps I could ask the witness a further question.
I was a leading question. I just want to clarify.
Ms. Davis, in your letter you referred to continuing. Do you still continue to do so?
Yes, we do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Davis.
Good afternoon.
I don't plan to be too long, so that's some good news. I want to start with your position, international and industry liaison Can you tell me about that job? What do you do?
Well, essentially, we contribute to the national foreign policy of Jamaica with respect to trading goods. I'm sorry. We play a role in contributing to the development of national foreign policy with respect to trading goods. We also contribute to the negotiation of mutual recognition agreements, trade agreements and trade arrangements within the region and internationally. We play a role, a representational role, internationally, regionally, and locally. We also inform policy on customs matters and general trading goods. My responsibility also oversees tariff classification that falls within my branch, as well as the enforcement of rules of origin and all that entails, in summary.
Your parent ministry is the Ministry of Finance, correct?
Yes, sir.
And do you liaise with them at all?
Yes, we do.
All right, let's get into some documents. I noticed in paragraph 30 of your witness statement, you identify 2 times Blue Power was approved for PIR relief. Once in 2016 and once in 2021. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to ask my junior just to bring up bundle 4A, page 42. See the document up on the screen?
Yes, I am.
My understanding is that's the approval granted to Blue Power in 2016, correct?
While not intimately acquainted with the document and it's at the time of its issue, based on what is presented here, I can agree.
Sorry, the answer is yes? I didn't
Yes.
hear. Yes? Can you take a look at bundle 4A, page 211? My junior will bring it up on the screen. Scroll to let her see it. And that is the approval granted to Blue Power in 2021. That's right to you?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so these are the approval letters I found, and I assume there are no others. Take a look at the 2016 approval in particular. If you go back to page 42. When does it say that the PIR relief will expire?
It says December 14, 2019.
Okay. I want to take a look back at the 2021 approval. Yes, 211. You see it?
Yes, I'm looking at it.
When does it say that the PIR relief benefit was to begin?
September 24th, 2021.
So I'm doing some calculations, and it means that Blue Power had no approval under the PIR regime between December 2019, when the first approval expired, and September 24, 2021, when the second approval began. You agree with that?
No. May I?
Go.
Blue Power was granted an extension by the Commissioner of Customs, not only Blue Power, but other manufacturers in general, because of the issues that arose with respect to COVID and other issues. This extension was also granted to other persons requiring licenses. So there were a number of emerging issues that, according to my understanding, would have led to some amount of flexibility with respect to the manufacturing sector.
Is there a document in your bundle I can look at to see about this extension?
I Cannot say.
What is clear, though, that Blue Power did not pay the 40% CT on soap imports during that period, correct?
No, they did not.
Okay, DCP brought a claim in the Supreme Court against Jamaica Customs on June 8th, 2021. You remember that?
I recall that a claim was brought. I don't recall the date, but yes, a claim was
I'll
brought.
bring it up for you on the screen.
Yeah.
Is that, I think, CCJ page 949, is that right? 950? 450. 450. There was an affidavit sworn in those proceedings, and you remember responding to that affidavit?
Can you clarify what you mean by responding to, or did
Filing an affidavit in response.
Oh, I know I filed an affidavit, yes.
You can look at the screen and tell me if that's the affidavit.
Can you scroll, please? Could you take me to the end of the affidavit? The end of it, please. Please stop. Please stop. Yes, that is my signature. Yes.
And Blue Power also filed an affidavit in that claim as well. Is that correct?
I am not aware of who filed an affidavit.
All right. So in your affidavit, you state that Blue Power was approved for PIR relief at paragraph 45. I'm just going to bring you to paragraph 45 so you can see what you said. That's at page 461 of the CCJ bundle.
What's that page number, Mr. Gibbs?
461.
461, okay.
Paragraph 45.
Yes, I've read paragraph 45.
And the affidavit then exhibited the letter of approval dated September 24th, 2021.
Yes.
Yes. And Blue Power is also a defendant to the claim, as you can see from the document at the top there. Blue Power filed an affidavit in response to the claim on July 28th, 2021. You said you didn't recall that.
I had no sight of their affidavit, sir.
All right, I'm going to show you Blue Power's affidavit. That is at page 437 for your honors. So I'm going to allow you to go through this affidavit, but what you will note from this affidavit is Blue Power did not mention anything about being a beneficiary under the PIR.
Where would you like me to read from?
In fact, we can look at paragraph 9. Let's start from paragraph 9. This is what they said in response to the claim. You see that? Blue Power claimed that it was advised to classify the soap noodles as industrial soap.
Please scroll, I'm not seeing that. I've read paragraph 9.
And that tariff heading is 34012010.10. You see that's what Blue Power said.
Yes, I'm seeing that.
Do you know what the CET on industrial soaps are?
Not off the top of my head.
Can you take a look at page 232 of the CCJ of bundle 4A? Put it up on the screen. Are you seeing it?
Yes, I am.
What's the CET on industrial soaps?
0 to 5%.
And that's what Blue Power applied. Are you aware of that?
No, I'm not. We did not advise Blue Power to classify soap noodles at 3401-2010.
No, I asked, the question is, that's what Blue Power applied.
Oh, I was not aware of that.
And take a look at page 1298 of bundle 4C. Junior will bring it up on the screen for you. Can you look at the top right-hand corner and tell me the date? In fact, sorry, Mr. Davis. Let's go to 1297, a few pages before. Can you look at the date of that customs form? Top right-hand corner.
The top right-hand corner, it says the 12th of the 10th, 2020.
October 12th, 2020.
Yes.
Can you look at the tariff code that is put in the middle of the page?
Please scroll. Thank
It's
you.
right in the middle there, at item 33.
3401-2010.
Is that the right tariff code?
That's what I'm seeing there.
Is that the tariff code for industrial soaps?
Yes, it would be.
So this is a misclassification, correct?
If it is that he did not import industrial soaps, it would be.
Sorry, repeat that. You were quite faint. Repeat.
If it is that he did not import industrial soaps and he imported soap pellets, it would not have been properly classified in this declaration.
Okay.
I'll tell you, all the declarations post November 2019 has this tariff code. So, Blue Power did not claim to be a beneficiary under the PIR regime when the claim was filed initially. But I'm going to take you to their second affidavit filed in these proceedings. At page 478.
Whose affidavit?
This is the affidavit of Blue Power's representative, Lisa Congley. Is it up on the screen? Paragraph 7 in particular.
Okay.
It's in this affidavit, dated November of that year.
Of what year?
2021. That they first claimed to be a beneficiary under the PIR. See that?
Yes, I've read it.
And if you look at paragraph 6, a little bit above that, you see what she says there? As it relates to the tariff classification for soap noodles, we reiterate that the advice received by Blue Power from our customs broker was that the applicable tariff for soap noodle was 3401/2010. I've seen the affidavit as Chandelaine Davis filed on October 15th, 2021, and note the opinion of Jamaica Customs Agency. She refers to your affidavit?
Yes.
I want to go to that what she's referring to there. Can you turn to page 466? Turn to 466, paragraph 11. Oh, this is your affidavit. Did you know we get it up for you? Remember earlier when you said you weren't aware of Blue Power filing an affidavit? Recall that answer?
Yes.
Let me just refresh your memory. You responded to the affidavit. See that on paragraph 11?
Mm-hmm. Yes, I'm seeing that. Yes, I've read paragraph 11.
So let me just recap what we went over. I know you've said they got an extension, but from the documents we have seen, Blue Power got PIR relief in 2016 and 2021. Between that period, they were misclassifying soap chips, correct?
Based on their affidavit and the evidence you've provided, yes.
DCP then sues Blue Power and Jamaica Customs. Customs then grants them PIR relief and uses it as a defense in the claim. Is that an accurate representation of what we just covered?
I'm not so sure on the last portion, and uses it as a defense in the claim.
Puts it in an affidavit in response to a claim.
Could you please remind me of the date of this affidavit?
October 15th, 2021.
Okay.
Want me to go back to it?
No, she's still there. She's still there. Okay. So if you could please recount what you said earlier.
To the microphone, please.
If you could please recount what you said earlier. Thank you.
Blue Power got PIR relief in 2016 and 2021. Right?
Yes.
Between 2019 and 2021, it was misclassifying chips. Correct?
Based on the evidence provided, yes.
DCP sues Blue Power and Customs.
Yes.
Customs then grants PIR relief on September 24th.
Yes.
And files an affidavit with that letter of approval in it.
Okay, yes.
Okay. No, I have to ask the question because I can be suspicious at times. Did Customs grant the September 2021 approval so they could have a defense to the claim?
Did we grant the approval in order to have a defense to the claim, to the suit?
Yes.
No.
Okay. I just want to verify something another witness said. I want to refer you to paragraph 11 of Mr. Orain Thompson's witness statement. You repeated in evidence today, and I just want to go over something. Mr. Thompson says that a taxpayer first applies for PIR relief as a first step to getting some benefits under the PIR regime. So they apply to, I think, the Ministry of Investment first as a first step. Is that correct?
On reading his submission, I am not a part of the
Oh, you're not a part
application
of that.
process
Okay.
at all.
I see. I see. It won't be fair to ask you those questions then. Okay, I'm going to move on to a different line of questioning. We spoke earlier about what you do with the customs agency, and you said you liaise with the Ministry of Finance in the course of your employment.
Yes.
I noticed in your witness statement, you say that matters relating to tariff classification and rules of origin also fall within my area of responsibility. Does the Ministry of Finance consult you regarding trade matters, or is it just customs?
Or is it just?
Customs. Do you also assist the Ministry of Finance with trade matters?
Well, we work together.
I see.
We work together. They are our parent ministry.
I see.
So not only do we liaise with them, but they also give us instruction.
Very well. Okay, so in August 2018 and January 2019, DCP complained to the Ministry of Finance about classification of soap noodles. I'm going to carry you to a document just so you can see the documents. First, at page 55 of Bundle 4A. You see that letter?
Yes, I'm seeing the letter, but I'm not familiar with it.
Okay. So what I'm about to ask you. Let me go to page 61 of the bundle. You see that letter?
I'm looking at, I think it's the same letter that I'm looking at.
No, this is the follow-up letter.
January 4th, 2018?
Yeah, well, 2019. There's an error on the document.
Oh, it's an error on the letter.
Yes.
Okay. Once again, I'm not familiar with this
Familiar
letter.
with the document. Okay. In paragraph 19 of your witness statement, though, you refer to a COTED meeting. I think it was in April 2019. You're aware of that meeting, though?
The 40th meeting of the COTED?
Yes.
Yes, I was in attendance at the senior
Oh,
officials.
you were in attendance?
Yes, sir.
Just remind me of the date of that meeting, please.
I have April 2019. I'm not so sure what the exact date. April 11th to 12th, 2019.
Thanks.
I'm still seeing the letter. Should I be seeing the?
I'll refer you to. You don't need to look at it right now. It's fine. So, am I right that at that meeting, you said you were there? At that meeting, Dominica formally disputed the classification being assigned to the soap noodles in Jamaica?
They raised the concern and raised allegations that we were misclassifying it, and as such, we were not conforming to the rules of origin. At that time, the Secretariat intervened in their presentation to guide the presenter that there is a formal process in CARICOM and in the RTC that needs to be employed in engaging in disputing rules of origin, and they were guided to follow that process.
And they followed it?
Subsequently to the meeting, Dominica presented us with an inquiry for us to verify on May 9th. However, it was incomplete. And so we responded, guiding them that they needed to give us all the documentation. I believe we got that in June. Yes, we got a complete application at that point.
So as I understand it, they raised the issue, they disputed this classification.
Yes.
They were given guidance on how to dispute it,
Yes,
and then they followed that guidance and
yes,
disputed it.
yes, they did.
Okay, all right. And my understanding of your evidence is that after becoming aware of the complaint, Customs conducted some research on what the classification should be, correct?
Yes, we did an investigation.
And you consulted with the Jamaica Bureau of Standards, am I right?
Yes, we did at some point, not immediately. Not immediately, but we did consult with them.
My recollection of the documents is that the Jamaica Bureau of Standards said that 38.23 was not the correct tariff heading. Is that all right?
Actually, I don't believe I said that.
Not you, sorry, Bureau of Standards.
Oh, well, that was not the, when we consulted with the Bureau of Standard, it wasn't, we did not receive a written report. We had a meeting. We shared with them the explanatory notes on the 3 tariff headings being contemplated, 2915, 3823, and 3401. We wanted from them to look at the explanations in the explanatory note and to provide us with some kind of chemical guidance that would inform its classification. At that time, and I would have to delve deeply in memory, they did look at all 3 classifications, but they did not return to us a decision.
See, I'm just gonna ask you to clear my dog. All right, I'm gonna. You take a look at your screen?
Please.
You see paragraph 3 there? I'm going to read it out loud for you. The soap noodles in question also cannot be classified under Chapter 38 with Tariff Code heading 38.23. Admittedly, I see that this is addressed to the ministry.
Yes, sir.
So you're saying the ministry didn't share this letter with you?
No, sir.
In any event, after Jamaica Bureau of Standards, you consulted with them, you went to the WCO.
Yes.
I want you to take a look at Bundle 4A, page 71. My junior will bring it up for you. Now, that is the cover letter Customs sent to the WCO. Yeah?
Yes.
You're familiar with that letter?
Yes, I am.
It was copied to you, right?
Yes.
And I'm going to take a look at page 80 of Bundle 4A. Bring it up on the screen for you. That's the formal request for classification advice.
Yes.
Okay. Can you look at the box that they ask you to fill out? It has 1, 2, and 3. And there's 3 at the bottom there. I'm looking at the number 3. You see it?
Number 3.
3 at the bottom of the box that says indicate whether your administration. You see it?
Number 3?
Yeah, number 3. It says
Yes.
indicate whether your administration.
Yes.
And then it says has a dispute with another administration.
Mm-hmm.
What was Jamaica's answer to that?
No.
Now, I remember earlier you were saying that Dominica raised the dispute about the way that soap was being classified in Jamaica. You remember that?
I said that they raised allegations that we misclassified.
I see. And then we went through the whole dispute resolution measures that they had to take, and you said that they went through that? They followed
They
the
went through the
process?
verification process.
So you don't call that a dispute?
No, not at this
But
no.
Counsel,
Oh, sorry, I apologize.
but not only that, you read the question as if your organization has a dispute with any other organization, that's what you read. But that's not the language. Sorry?
Has a dispute with another administration.
Knows if there are any.
Indicate whether your administration has a dispute with another administration. It's 3-1. Sorry, I should have specified.
I see.
Last one.
Sorry, I apologize. It's 3-1. I apologize, Your Honor.
Okay, because 3 is knows if there are any contrary views.
Which is, I'm coming to that as well.
I see.
But the first one, I want to start there.
Okay.
3-1 says.
So it is 1.
It's 1 first.
Right.
Then we
Okay.
get 3.
Thanks.
Has a dispute with another administration. Jamaica said no. But as I understand your evidence today, you didn't consider what Dominica raised.
Sorry, Counsel, it's not if it has a dispute with any other. If there are any contrary views in other administrations.
He's 1. He's at 1.
Sorry,
He's at
I'm
1.
still at 1.
I thought you were back at 3.
No, I'm still at 1. I haven't
see.
moved to 3
Okay,
yet.
okay,
I haven't
gotcha.
moved to 3 yet. I'm still at 1.
Okay,
Still at 1.
good.
I'm slower, Your Honor. I need to
No,
start
no,
with 1 first.
I'm preceding you, so
Yes.
I'm glad you hold me back.
Yes.
Yes.
So as I said, we're still with 1.
Yes.
Has a dispute with another administration. Earlier, I thought you were saying that that Dominica had a dispute regarding classification. Now you're saying you didn't consider that a dispute.
Well, what was presented, we were asked to verify whether or not the commodity so produced by Jamaican manufacturers met the rule of origin and whether it was properly classified.
All right.
We didn't deem it a dispute within the meaning of having to tick yes here. We didn't deem that a dispute.
So according to you, you think that this statement is correct? There is no dispute.
We didn't think there was a dispute at the time.
If my memory serves correct, Counsel, I think she may have used the word concern.
Anyway, in the statement, I know I asked her whether or not there was a dispute. She said yes, but I think it was my words, not hers.
Precisely.
And she probably just adopted my language.
Concerns.
But let's look at question number 3, the one that His Honor Justice Barrow raised at the bottom. 3.3. It says, indicate whether your administration knows if there are any contrary views in other administrations on the classification of the product in question. Isn't the WCO asking whether Jamaica knows if there are any other views from other administrations?
Yes, that's what they're asking.
What did Customs say in response to that?
We said no.
Is that a false statement, or?
We would have been incorrect in ticking that box.
Pardon?
We would have been incorrect in ticking that box.
I see.
We should have ticked yes.
Counsel, don't you appreciate the nuance difference? Not false, but incorrect?
Oh, incorrect, yes. Sorry, I made my bad. I apologize, Your Honor. So I'm going to make a statement. You tell me if it's correct. Customs submitted this request for classification advice without informing the WCO what the contrary views were from DCP and from Dominica. You agree? What say you?
In the letter, we would have detailed the tariff classification, the HS codes being contemplated. So we would not have narrowed it. We would have outlined the areas that we would have contemplated and that is being contemplated. We would have erred in ticking no for number 3. But we gave full disclosure in the letter that there was 3401 under consideration, 3823, and 2915.
Let me just look back at this WCO form that y'all filled out. Is DCP considered an exporter of soap? They export soap. Do they export soap?
Well, I think you'd have to confirm that for me. If
Well,
DCP
you don't know whether they export soap or not?
in terms of, I can't say definitively.
Can't say definitively. What do you think DCP successors
If they are an exporter of soap to Jamaica,
anywhere?
what I think you lost me. I'm a little confused. Please say it again. Somewhere in it,
I'll
you
repeat the
lost
question.
me.
I'll repeat the question.
Mm-hmm.
Do you consider DCP Successors Limited an exporter of soap?
I have read that they're an exporter of
Sorry,
soap.
speak up, speak up.
I have read that they're an exporter of soap, but I have not seen the data to confirm their exportation of soap.
Okay, you've read.
I've read.
I want to go back to this and look at number 2 here.
Yes.
Indicate whether your administration has a dispute with an importer or exporter.
Mm-hmm.
What do y'all say to that? What was your answer? Customs?
No.
No.
We had no dispute with an importer or exporter. The verification process is between customs administrations, and it is at the government level. So we would have received something from the government of Dominica, and as the government of Jamaica, we would have responded in accordance with the RTC with respect to verification of origin to them to say definitively that based on what we have received from the WCO and the guidance which we have accepted, we improperly classified soap noodles, and we accept their classification, and as such, the product is ineligible for community origin.
Okay, so you read that DCP Successors was an exporter, but you didn't consider yourself in a dispute with DCP Successors.
At the point of submission, the documents we received was not from DCP Successor, sir. It was from the Comptroller of Customs. And so that is how we would have responded. That no, we did not respond. DCP Successor, under the provisions, could not engage us. It would have had to be Customs. And so we were conducting a verification investigation for the government of Dominica, who would have brought the concerns to the government of Jamaica in the person of the Jamaica Customs Agency.
Concerns, yeah, I see. All right, I see in paragraph 9 of your witness statement, you say that classification guidance from the WCO is not binding on Jamaica. Is that right?
Yes.
And in paragraph 8 of your witness statement, you say that Customs relies on legal and explanatory notes issued by this WCO.
Yes.
I think you also mentioned that those notes are persuasive, but they are not binding.
Yes.
Classification decisions from quoted would be binding on Jamaica, would it?
Classification decisions, either quoted, would be informed normally by the Customs Committee of the quoted, who would be informed by the WCO. That's
yes
the
to my
process.
answer,
So,
or-
yes, if it is that once we have decided, it is a binding on Jamaica.
Can you clarify the answer for me? What was the answer? I didn't quite hear at the end. What is the answer? Are you saying yes, they are binding?
The decisions of quoted
Mm-hmm.
are binding on member states.
Therefore, the
So
question
the
was whether...
classification decision would be binding on member states.
The
That is
decisions
my
of quote-
understanding.
Decisions of quoted on classification are binding. Is that what you're saying?
That is my understanding, yes.
Fair enough.
Let me tell you what I find odd. Look at paragraph 5 of your witness statement.
Yes.
Okay? And I see that one of your responsibilities include liaising with regional entities on matters of trade. I take it as a correct statement. Yeah?
Yes.
But there's no letter from you, Ms. Davis, requesting classification advice from Quoted regarding soap noodles. That's right?
No, there's not.
There's not. And there's no correspondence from Jamaica to Quoted asking for any advice on this issue.
No, there is not.
Your Honors, I think it was short.
We were wondering about that.
Counsel, yes.
Those are my questions.
I see why she would have a different opinion on dispute and concern. Similarly, we in relation to you and short.
Yes.
There we go.
I don't do well with short, as you can see, Your Honor. So, those are my questions.
Yes, thank you. Yeah. Ms. Showman, does CARICOM have any questions?
No, Your Honors.
Yeah, okay. Ms. Davis, so currently, because you said the soap noodles being imported into Jamaica currently do not attract the CET.
Soap noodles being imported into Jamaica does attract the CET. There is an exemption applied to approved manufacturers based on Rule 5, Section 1 of the list of conditional duty exemption. So it's only in those instances that the CET is exempted, and it's on the basis of the exemption under Article 82.
Okay. So the manufacturers who get that exemption are entitled by the state of Jamaica to import these noodles exempt from the CET.
Yes, we grant that exemption to the manufacturers, approved manufacturers.
Is that exemption regime consistent with the CARICOM regime?
Yes, it is, sir, because it is informed by the CARICOM regime. It is based on the CET itself. The provisions of the CET enables member states to have that discretion in applying such exemptions for specified, under specified conditions. Specifically with respect to Rule 5B, it speaks to goods that are on Part 2 of the list of ineligibles.
Goods that are applied?
Goods that are on Part 2 of the list of ineligibles. So soap and soap noodles of 3401 are on Part 2 of the list of ineligibles. And so on the basis of it being on Part 2, and Jamaica's regime would have been developed for the development of our productive sector for the purposes of industry, which Rule 5B provides for, we would have in its structure been compliant with the CET's provision in Rule 5.
But can the goods which are produced by the companies that get that exemption, those goods cannot be exported to the rest of CARICOM without attracting the CET?
Yes, sir.
Yes, meaning what? That they cannot be?
Yes, they cannot be exported without attracting the CET.
Okay, good.
Unless you have a safety certificate.
A safeguard certificate.
Yeah.
And,
Yes?
and that would have been specific to where the input, the final product, does not meet the rule of origin. In the general application, if the final product meets the rule of origin, then there's no issue. But this does not apply to exports to third countries.
Even third countries?
We are permitted to export to third countries utilizing the exemption.
Third countries, you mean outside of CARICOM?
Outside of CARICOM,
Yes.
sir.
Yes.
And our manufacturers do export to the United States and the United Kingdom.
Just to go back for a second to the idea of the safeguard certificate. Is it possible that you could have the certificate, the inputs come in on the basis of the certificate, but there has not been substantial transformation, so that you're not then entitled to export the good duty-free to CARICOM?
I'm going to ask you to ask that question again, just to make sure that I'm clear as to what
Yeah,
you're
no, in
asking.
answer to my brothers earlier, you had said that basically once you've gotten the certificate, the safeguard certificate,
Yes.
you can then export the goods into CARICOM duty-free.
The purpose of the safeguard certificate is to grant originating status to imports from a third country to enable the final commodity to meet the rule of origin.
So
when
once
we
you
are-
have the safeguard, sorry to interrupt you, just to be clear. So once you have the safeguard certificate, you do not need to show that there has been a substantial transformation. in the product.
Essentially, the input would have been deemed originating. You see, so right away, you would have had that input. When we look at substantial transformation, we usually look at it with respect to extra-regional commodities. Because the successful receipt of the safeguard deems that commodity originating of community origin for the purposes of rules of origin, then it would have satisfied the criteria, and it would have enabled the member state to export within the region and get preferential access.
That is very clear. Thank you. I look forward to hearing from CARICOM on that point. Thank you very much. That's very useful.
You're welcome, sir.
You just referred to Rule 5B, correct?
Yes, sir.
And Part 2
Of the list of
eligible.
Yes, sir.
But there is also a Rule 4A.
Yes, sir.
Which says where the goods produced by an enterprise do not meet the qualifying conditions set down with respect to those goods in Schedule 1 of Article 84 of the Revised Treaty, that enterprise will not qualify for exemption from duty with regard to the materials utilized in the production of those goods. Now, does that mean that if there is no substantial transformation, that then you cannot qualify for an exemption? Because it would seem that this indicates that if you could qualify for those conditions, and then there wouldn't. If you qualify, then there would be a substantial transformation. What does it mean according to you?
Okay, so substantial transformation with respect to this commodity, the test for substantial transformation would be a change in tariff heading, right? So that would be a test. Within the rules of origin, there are numerous tests. And so within this context, it is the change in tariff heading. When upon the applying...
Is there a change of tariff heading?
Yes, so the input, the extra-regional input must be in a tariff heading different from the final product.
In order to be there a substantial transformation?
Yes.
But in the case of soap and soap
That was
noodles,
not the case.
Is not the case.
Once we received the correct the guidance on the classification, we applied it immediately, and it would have rendered the commodity ineligible for preferential market access in CARICOM.
Right. Thank you.
Ma'am, can you look at paragraph 30
Yes,
of your witness statement? Thank you. Tell me when you have it. You
have it
mentioned
here.
there that the soap noodles could not be obtained in adequate supplies from a local manufacturer or manufacturer
Or
within
region.
CARICOM
Yes, ma'am.
in 2016 and 2021. And in fact, you say there that you're looking here at both quantity and quality.
Yes, sir.
If it was that you could obtain an adequate supplies from a manufacturer within CARICOM, the soap, chips or pellets, noodles, whatever they're called, if your assumption were not correct then, would the decision to grant those exemptions be wrong or incorrect, to use your word?
We would not have granted the exception to soap noodles if there was adequate supply.
So if someone had said to you that the Claimant company here is able to supply what is being requested from the 1-3 organizations, what do you call them? Taxpayers or
Approved
producers?
manufacturers.
Yes, approved
Yes.
manufacturers. So many words for one person. If that was so, and someone said to you, but we have a company in Dominica who can do that. They're prepared to supply, and they have the capacity, and in addition, they have the quality. You said you would not have given the exemption.
Dominica would have to prove to us that the quality is to the satisfaction of the Jamaican manufacturers. And to that end, they would have supplied us with samples that were tested, and the Jamaican manufacturers disclosed that it was not satisfactory, did not meet their requirements. The final products were substandard, and their consumers did not, it was not preferred by their consumers.
So is it that you expected that several sets of samples had been tested by the Jamaican manufacturers, the approved manufacturers, and that those had failed? Or would you have expected that one set did not meet the specification, standard, whatever you want to call it, just one, and that a second set had been sent? Did you know all of that? And that the claimant says that it has been waiting on a response as to the standard of that second set of samples?
I am aware that a set of samples were, well, soap noodles were imported in, I believe it's 2018, and they were deemed substandard. I am aware that...
Are you aware, by the way, of the details of what substandard meant?
We would have gotten a copy of that document from the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce some time ago. I can't speak definitively to its content. I am aware that Jamaica would have engaged, and this would have come out in quoted documents as well, that Jamaica would have engaged DCP Successors to obtain samples, and the samples were not available. They were not available at the time of request. I'm trying to recount. And after some period, they were still not available. DCP Successors, if I recall, asked for additional time because they're going through some processes at their plants, and that when we were supplied some months after, the test would have been conducted, and again, it was found to be substandard.
You saw all those results, ma'am?
I saw the discussion I just alluded to are in quoted documents because it was raised at the quoted and the conversation was held, so they're in quoted documents and working documents, Your Honor, and I would have been advised that the samples were sent to us, and I would have had sight of the last set of test results.
The last set.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Davis, I want to get an idea as to how this regime that is in force in Jamaica works. I believe you agreed that if there is a regional manufacturer that can produce soap in the quantities and the quality that are acceptable, there would not be a basis for granting
the exemption on the input.
Okay. So if in year 2021, let us back up. If there is a country, a manufacturer in a CARICOM country that suggests that it has the quantity and can produce the quality that will be acceptable, and in 2021, you put them to the test and they fail. They continue to assert in 2022 and 2023 that they can meet the quantity and the quality. What I'm getting at is the failure in 2021. Does that mean that forever you blank them, that you no longer treat with the assertion that they can supply, or is it revisited? How does that work?
This action does reside in the Ministry's response. I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Sorry. The action that you're, the engagement with respect to the testing of samples occurred between the private sector parties, not the government. The private sector party would then inform the government of what steps they took among themselves and the conclusions of those steps. If it is, and this is, I would want to think, let me put it that way, that if DCP successors submitted samples that were not satisfactory for Jamaican manufacturers and they were, the test results were shared with them, I can't speak to definitively as to what happened between them, and they identified the gaps and the kind of outcomes produced by the soap noodles, that DCP successors would seek to remedy those situations and make another sample for testing to see if it is now at the level to satisfy Jamaica's needs. As I said, I can't speak to what happened between the private sector, but I would want to think that that would have been the approach, and upon meeting our requirements, we would then, the stakeholders would, because we are in that conversation with them, and when I say we, the government, they would have then indicated that the soap noodles now meet our criteria. We have gotten, the soap noodles now meet our criteria. We have not gotten anything from the private sector, and we are in conversation, and as I said, we, the government, and they have not indicated that the soap noodles have met their criteria. But that, as I said before, Your Honor, that conversation would have been private sector to private sector, reported to government.
Therefore, if I may ask you to hone in specifically on what the President asked, a determination at the private sector level that the sample is not satisfactory does not preclude the supplier
from trying again?
From trying again.
No, it doesn't.
Okay.
Yeah, in that process, is there any room for a regional input? you are familiar with Cross-Q, for example, that I think is headquartered in Barbados. The CARICOM organization and regional standards on quality.
What I will say is that each manufacturer of any commodity has their proprietary information. They have their formula, they have what it is that makes their product unique. And it may be in excess of a standard, a regional standard, or a national standard, just to take it to that added level for competitiveness. So the requirements of any manufacturer regarding input would be guided by their own productive processes and the caliber or type of product that they want to put in the market. So that would, so Cross-Q, while they apply, they develop standards, and Jamaica is very active in Cross-Q.
Yeah.
And we do have a soap standard in Jamaica.
Right.
So but as I said before, as with all standards, the manufacturer can choose to go above that standard to ensure their market and the specialization or the niche, their niche product. And again, so for them to get their input, that input, I believe, would have to satisfy them so that they can maintain their market.
So there is no objective regional standard for measuring things like quality, for example. It's up to each manufacturer to decide whether the input meets the quality.
I cannot comment as to whether there is about the objective regional standard.
Right.
I cannot comment on that, sir.
But that would seem to make sense, though, that there is a regional standard, isn't it? Because otherwise, each manufacturer in each country could say, well, sorry, but the regional input just doesn't meet my requirements, so I'm going to look outside.
Well, Your Honor, that is the case in almost all circumstances. When we have meetings of the quoted where persons are seeking to have their products put on the part one of the list of the ineligibles or to gain additional protection, right. The issue of quantity and quality always arises. And so, for instance, if I may use an example, sir, with Belize and sugar. While the sugar, refined sugar, Belize produces a form of refined sugar, and they would like regional protection, and they would like refined sugar to be moved to part one of the list of ineligibles, and they would like the region to specifically support their sugar industry with respect to this type of sugar. However, the manufacturers of juices, sodas, would have indicated, and the quoted documents demonstrates this because this has been a long-standing discussion, and many tests has demonstrated that the sugar, the sugar produced by Belize, it does not meet their requirements. It changes the juice that they produce.
So that's a regional decision, though, isn't it?
So there is a requirement.
Yes.
No, but the member states
Right.
would have individually asked. Belize would have had to demonstrate
Correct.
to the member states that what each member state need for their particular drink or production process can be met
And
by their
Belize-
commodity.
Belize was not able to convince
sir.
the rest. Right, so it's a regional decision that is taken that the sugar produced in Belize is not of, pardon the expression, the quality that is required by the manufacturer, or of the characteristics that is required by the manufacturer of these soft drinks. That's all.
I think I'd like to say that because the member states are not satisfied
Yeah.
with the technical specification, a regional decision could not be taken to offer the level of protection that Belize would want. So as long as, so member states have said, it can't meet my requirement, and therefore we are not, we wouldn't move it from this to A, but we'd move it, it needs to be remain where it is, and we would not agree to moving it to part one of the list of ineligibles, because that would require, sorry, Your Honor, that would require a CET suspension, which would impede production.
Right. So to go back to soap then, soap is on part 2?
Yes, sir.
After this, which means that it is eligible, subject to what my brother
It is,
just
yes,
raised.
yes, sir.
It is eligible for the exemption.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And to get it to part 1, making it ineligible for the exemption, there would have to be regional agreement.
There would have to be a
part 1.
demonstration by DCP, Successor, or any other manufacturer that would seek to engage in the manufacture of soap noodles, that they can meet the regional demand up to, and I believe it's a minimum of 75% of regional demand for those goods at the technical specification needed by the manufacturers in the region.
And by technical specification, you're referring to quality?
Yes, sir.
All right, thanks.
Yeah. Please. Yeah, thanks. Just a follow-up on what my brother mentioned. I like the example Mami gave of the juice, because but would it not be a little different here? Because with the juice, we're talking about requirements, the type of, sugar you'd want to put as you make the juice. But with this case, aren't we dealing with a case where they were saying that the soap chips or pellets or noodles were actually substandard? Is there a difference here? And if so, I think my brother asked the point, should the private sector alone be able to indicate that and to have the government form an opinion based on that alone? In other words, who says it's substandard? Blue Power said to you, is that right? That it was substandard and you accepted that. Just wanted to hear what your views were on that.
Actually, Blue Power did not test the soap noodles. It was tested by Bomber Manufacturing, Kirk FP, and Island Products Limited. Blue Power indicated that it would rely on the tests that Bomber would conduct instead of doing their own samples.
Yes, so the private sector tested. Yes, go ahead, please.
Yes, and it is. And your question is, should it be reliant on the private sector?
Completely, yeah, because you said that was not, you all were no part of that. That's how I understand your evidence.
Your Honor, if I may proffer, it is the private sector that produces, and it is the private sector that markets their goods to meet consumer desires and demands. The private sector in establishing its product, designing the product to the very packaging, it's to attract the consumer and to maintain their market share and to grow their market share. Within the private sector, they have the technical expertise in their design of their commodity with respect to soap, the hardness of the soap, the density of the soap, the shape of the soap. Right now I'm reaching because I am no technical expert in the manufacture of soap, but it really is their responsibility. It is their investment. And so I would like to say or think that for government to dictate what you put in your product and the quality of what you put in your product would be somewhat counterintuitive to what we're trying to achieve with expanding production and market access, not just in the region, but in the rest of the world. And as I said earlier, Jamaican manufacturers of soap export to the United Kingdom, we export to the United States and Latin America. So we need to meet those market demands, those consumer preferences. And if it is, I do recall that in Island Products Limited, in their response, they said it had a foul smell that translated to the finished product. I do recall that term, and in the test results by Kirk, it spoke to it producing I'm not looking at the document, but it referred to softness. So the bar soap was too soft, it was immediately soluble or something of that nature. I'm not reading the text. And their consumers would not use it, and they had to dispose of what they produced.
Well, I totally understand what you are saying. On the other hand, if you leave everything to the manufacturers, they might have their own interests, not just quality and quantity, but also price. And I'm not saying that that is the case here, but it could very well be that you could get very cheap stuff from somewhere else in the world, and then you could always find something to criticize. I mean, that is a possibility. Arbitrariness might get in through this, while the CET is, of course, also meant to protect regional manufacturing and so forth. So it is a balancing of several interests. Wouldn't you think so?
It is a balancing of interests. However, the tests were done by an accredited laboratory that is independent of the private sector.
Okay.
And so it wasn't done in their labs. And so it brings a level of credence, yeah, to the results.
Yes.
In our opinion, so.
On the other hand, you have a situation where the DCPS is exporting these chips to other places, other countries in the Caribbean and outside of it, and seemingly not experiencing, these persons who import these inputs, they're seemingly not experiencing the same kinds of problems that the manufacturer or manufacturers in Jamaica appear to be experiencing. So that is why I find it a little bit odd that there isn't some regional objective standard which could speak to the issue of, for example, as you say, technical specifications or quality. And I also find it a little odd that the government would leave it entirely up to the private sector, because when you do that, you end up where you are now, sitting in the witness box, giving evidence in order to avoid liability to the state. So it seems to me that the state does have an interest in not leaving it entirely up to the private sector to make the decisions. Do you have an opinion on that?
The state has an interest with respect to ensuring the growth and expansion of the productive sector. And to the extent that we would have hired a consultant in 2013 to pull together this regime and to ensure its compliance, to examine it within the context of the RTC, to guide, and we would have done further consultations. So we would have wanted to design a regime. Prior to this regime, our regimes are somewhat fragmented. And so and so we would have designed a regime to incentivize and to undergird a fledgling productive sector. I think throughout the Caribbean, we're all struggling with production, and to see how we could, within the context of the CET, support their growth and expansion, and support their growth and expansion to ensure that there is production for the domestic market as well as for the export market. So we would have designed it, and we do have that kind of interest. The private sector, the manufacturing sector, is monitored. They are subject to audits. They are subject to walkthroughs to review their processes to ensure conformity. And this is done at two levels, by the Jamaica Customs Agency and the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce. So we do a level of monitoring. The aim is never, we do that kind of monitoring to ensure our audits, to ensure that we continue to be in alignment.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Witness, my brother seems to be satisfied with that answer, but I confess I'm far from, because you are saying about the design structure from 2013, etc., and how well the overall operation is, etc. But I am troubled by the lack of specific response to the specific line of inquiry that we are making, which is that if you leave it entirely or almost entirely to the private sector, to those who are interested in not using the DCP product, then there is bias, self-interest on their part in the test, having supported their determination to not use, and they are not revealing to you, for instance, the result of the other tests, and then you, the government, not knowing that they claim that they export to Curacao, Guyana, and I think Trinidad, with not the slightest complaint about the foul smell or any other smell or any unsatisfactory aspect. So I think what we are looking at quite simply is Jamaica, the state, is the one which ultimately it comes back to if they do not monitor what the manufacturer says to them, what the private sector says to them. You notice that Blue Powder or Power is not being sued. Bomber is not being sued. It is the state of Jamaica. So I gather you are quite satisfied with the regime, but I'm simply pointing out to you that there is the other concern, the other view, which is that more perhaps should have been done by Jamaica in that regard. But I appreciate that we have kept you for a very long time. You have been promised brevity, and it is anything but brevity. So perhaps my simply saying that that is a concern for me is sufficient. Thank you.
I think, with respect, I was expressing satisfaction with the clarity with which you have expressed yourself. Okay? And I think you have been very, very clear. We understand you very, very clearly what you have said. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Just one more question. You just mentioned that, of course, if there is a problem with quality, you can, the state can always try to get a suspension. Was that ever contemplated in this area?
It was not contemplated because under the regime, under Rule 5B, there's no requirement for a CET suspension to grant the exemption.
No, there's no requirement, but
there's no requirement.
It's a possibility.
Based on the interpretation that we received from the Secretariat, it advised us that what Jamaica would be required in order to apply this exemption, we do not need to apply for a CT suspension. We would need to notify the regime, which we have done. We were guided that with respect to Part 1 of the list of ineligibles and Rule 5A, we would be required to apply for a CET suspension. So based on the fact that the good is not, and we're not trying in any way to grant any exemption to any good under Part 1, we would have complied with the Secretariat in doing our notification and their guidance that we would not be required to apply for a CET suspension, sir.
Did I see that one of the producers, at least one, has been granted the exemption until 2024, September 2024?
Yes, sir. It's a 3-year.
Did I see that there was a further exemption from 2024 to?
No, sir.
For further 3 years?
No, sir.
It's just 2024. I see. Okay. Yes.
She was promised brevity. As you come forward, counsel, please remember the words of my brother that the witness was promised brevity. So.
Well, I don't think that my behavior today has demonstrated anything other than brevity.
Yes, touche. Thank you.
Those who are not short aren't accustomed to brevity. Those who are average height like myself, perhaps are.
I won't go down that road with you, but.
Davis, You've indicated to this court that Jamaica is bound to accept quoted decisions. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. All member states are.
All right. Now, in relation, did quoted ever issue a decision or determination on the matter of Dominica's ability to supply soap noodles to the region? Do you recall?
I recall.
If you don't recall, I can help you. But do you recall?
Please help me.
All right.
I believe that there would have been a discussion at the 51st quoted.
All right. Thank you.
Yes, yes.
Your Honor, I'd like to take the witness to page 2784 of bundle 4B.
Page
2784, bundle 4B.
1 bundle which?
4B.
Okay. Thanks.
Scroll down for me. Well, the beginning. You familiar with this document? Let's go through it. The saving, headed CARICOM saving gram from the Secretary General, listing various ministers of foreign affairs in the region and premiers in Anguilla, Bermuda, BVI, and 2 other territories, Cayman Islands and Turks. Copied to ministers of trade and heads of customs. Seeing it?
I'm seeing the saving gram.
Date on the document is?
25th of January, 2021.
All right, and the heading?
Status of Dominica's ability to supply soap noodles to regional soap producers.
All right, could you go down for me? All right, stop. Wait. Have a read of it. Continue scrolling.
Yes, please. Please stop. Please stop. Could you scroll again, please? Please stop. You can scroll. Please stop.
All right.
Do you wish me to continue?
We'd have to go to number 2. So based on this headed saving gram, would this be the decision that quoted took in relation to this issue?
I may need to read too, because there was a precursor to say that they would have consulted with Suriname.
She wants to go to 2.
Okay. 1 moment, please. Thank you.
Yes? Can you having refresh your memory on it and help us now? Tell me, would this be, in your understanding, Cote's decision on the issue raised at the meeting in 2019?
The meeting raised in 20.
You told us that in 2019, Minister Dominica raised the issue of the challenge that its supplier had manufactured in relation to soap noodles and the tariff headings.
Concerns, not challenge.
Concerns. You are indeed correct. The concerns. No disputes, concerns. Concerns. Is this a decision that was taken in relation to that issue based on the heading about Dominica's capacity to supply soap noodles?
I don't believe that that's the decision taken on the 2019 issue. The 2019 issue was with respect to the misclassification and having community, eligible for community origin.
All right, so this issue, this determination on supply, Dominica's supply, did Jamaica accede to this decision? This determination?
Jamaica, and this is in 2021.
Yes.
With respect to paragraph 1, Jamaica did not apply for a suspension because it was our as we understood it, it did not direct us to say that the regime under the CET was now nullified on the basis of this decision because this Rule 5B still exists and still obtains. So we were not of the understanding that this was in an aim to nullify our regime.
The three issues raised here, did you understand them to be conjunctive or disjunctive?
I understood them to be conjunctive taken as a whole.
Thank you.
Counsel, help me. What is the essence of what you are getting from her in relation to this long document, which has a number of factors?
A question raised by your brother, Mr. Justice Anderson,
right,
was in relation to Jamaica's acceptance of Court's decisions,
right,
1 and 2, the issue of regional decisions versus regional standards. I heard both terms used.
Right. And
I thought this an appropriate example of a regional decision that has been taken and how it is that Courted has come to determine matters. And this is the most relevant matter.
But this is a contrast, or this answers the question? I'm not sure.
I believe it brings greater clarity to how it is, the course of conduct that Courted has that may not be limited to Jamaica only, but all its issues that arise, and what in effect becomes the modus code, the way they do things. Do they apply a regional standard through an independent body, or is it a matter of decisions of member states, which may have vagaries and inconsistencies? But if that is in fact how Courted operates, that is the standard. That's not limited to Jamaica, but it's the approach taken in general.
The only thing that escapes me is why is the witness's opinion about this relevant?
It is relevant because
we have this, so you can make the point.
Pardon me?
We have this document, so you can make those points.
Grateful. But I appreciate there's a greater attitude in this court, and I'm guided. Mr. Davis, that's the extent of my question. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Counsel, make a note in your submission to relieve me from the total murk in which I find myself. Not your fault, mine, okay?
I'll do my very best.
Thanks.
Thank you very much, Ms. Davis. We're going to take, do you have one more witness, Mr. Simpson?
That is so.
Yes?
Mr. Martin Phillips.
Yes, we take that witness now.
And you will tell us that that will be a short witness.
I can't speak to that at all.
What about the length of it?
It's a matter for his cross-examination.
Finish. Yeah. You finish. You need a break? Yeah.
I just tell my
Your Honor, Mr. Phillips' witness statement.
Mr. Simpson, we take a 5-minute break.
5 minutes?
Yeah.
All right.
Your Honors, the defense, State of Jamaica wishes to call his final witness in this trial on liability, Mr. Martin Phillips. His state.
Mr. Martin Phillips, present before the court.
Yes, Mr. Phillips, please come.
For easy reference, his statement is at page 1354 of bundle number 2.
Sorry, bundle which?
Pardon, Your Honor?
Which bundle?
Number 2.
So, do you swear by the Holy Bible that the evidence that you shall give to this court in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Mr. Phillips, I am sure the judges all have not heard you. So I need you to go nearer to the microphone for me. State your name.
Martin Phillips.
Mr. Phillips, what is your connection to the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce in Jamaica?
I'm currently the Director of International Trade in the Trade Unit in the Ministry.
And prior to that position, what was your post? Or, forgive me, did you have a previous post?
My previous post was Director of Commodities within the Commerce Division of the Ministry.
Thank you. Did you give a witness statement in this matter, sir?
Yes, I do.
And if you were to see that statement again, would you recognize it?
Yes, I would.
Your Honor, might the witness identify a document in his hand? Sir, look at that document in your hand for me. Look at the... How would you recognize the document as yours?
The content, my name, the date, and my signature.
All right. Is your name on the last page of the document, or the second to last page? I'm at 1363, Your Honors.
Yes, it is.
Is that your signature above it?
Yes.
All right. So have you recently looked at this statement?
Yes, I have.
Is the content of the statement accurate based on your recent review?
It is.
Your Honors, might this witness statement stand as Mr. Phillips' evidence in chief and be so marked?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Phillips, you'll be asked.
P1.
You'll likely ask questions by my learned friends, one of them, and by the judges. Please remember to keep your answers, yes, Your Honor, and speak into the mic and slowly.
Good afternoon, Mr. Phillips.
Afternoon.
You indicate in your witness statement that you were first employed to the ministry in 2015. What was your position then?
My position was the Director of Commodities.
And it would have been the same then in 2018?
Yes, it would.
Look at paragraph 4 of your witness statement. You say there that prior to 2018, there was no regional supplier of soap noodles. Are you aware that there was a company called Commonwealth of Dominica that manufactured soap for many years prior to 2018?
Yes.
And are you aware that it could supply, it had the capacity to supply soap noodles regionally?
No, I wasn't aware, but I was aware of the company.
So when you say there was no regional supplier of soap noodles, you're aware that they could manufacture, but not that they supplied?
Correct.
I see. Your witness statement deals primarily with what you describe as issues of quality. And you have that heading just before paragraph 4, and you deal with various things in the paragraphs that follow. Paragraph 6 deals with bomber manufacturing. And one of the issues that you raise there is moisture. And you report on an issue in 2018 that you describe as inadequate moisture levels. Did you ask DCPS to comment on this matter?
No, I did not know.
Did you give them an opportunity to respond at all?
No, I did not.
This morning, one of the company's witnesses explained that there were two reasons for the problem. One of the reasons he gave was that that first shipment did not use the most suitable bags and that the bags were available later. Well, have you heard that before?
I did not hear that, no.
The second explanation was that Bomber requested toilet soap noodles and then tried to use them for laundry bars, which required a greater level of moisture. Have you heard that before?
No.
Were you aware that they tried to use those noodles to make laundry bars?
Which noodles? The
same 2018 noodles that had the moisture issue.
If I'm aware that Bomber tried to utilize those noodles to manufacture soap, that's what you're asking?
No, laundry bars.
Laundry bars? No. No, I'm not.
Could you show the witness, please, bundle 4A, page 65. Just go on a little, please. The other direction, the other direction. Now you'll see there a letter dated May 30, 2019 to you. Correct?
Yes, correct.
From Bomber Manufacturing. And that is the letter that referred to, you'll see that in second paragraph, it says it got soap noodles 2018 at a discard due to quality issues. And then the following paragraph, specific quality issues, inadequate moisture levels in the soap noodles with significantly increased our processing time, as the noodles had to be double processed in order to produce acceptable laundry bars.
Okay. Well,
so you did know?
Well, I mean...
You may not have remembered.
Possibly not, but I mean, I thought the laundry bar soap would be what would be considered laundry bars, isn't it?
Pardon?
Is it different?
Are you aware that toilet soap and laundry bars are two different types of soap?
I just would have accepted it as soap.
But you were not aware that the moisture requirements for one be greater than for another?
No.
But then you didn't ask DCP to explain. Let's continue with your witness statement.
Sorry. Witness, I am not sure if I got clear what you intended to answer, but basically you were telling counsel that you were not aware that laundry soap that your mother used to wash clothes with and the soap that you wash your skin with, that when you bathe, are two different soaps?
Can you repeat that?
You were not aware that soap used for laundry, washing clothes.
Oh, yes, they're different. I know that they're different.
Thanks.
Yes, I probably misinterpreted.
I'm glad
the
I
question.
helped you on counsel.
Yes.
I think it was a moisture requirement that you were on, Mr.
Pardon?
Moisture requirement, that's what you are.
Yes.
Yeah, it was
I
different.
actually thought he was saying he didn't know they were different.
Yeah.
But
I thought that's what he's saying.
Yes. But thank you for clarifying.
Yeah.
Paragraph 11. In paragraph 11, I'm sorry, give me 1 second. It's not right. You refer to, actually, I'm just realizing that you have two paragraph 11s. Paragraph 11 on page 1359. Am I right that you have two paragraph 11s? One on page 1358 and one on page 1359?
I'm not seeing what topic are you specifically referencing?
Well, I'm interested in the one on page 1359, the one that begins the ministry subsequently wrote.
Is after the heading interventions requested from the CARICOM's community secretariat.
Yes, correct. It's on page 6 of the document. Oh, I see. His copy probably doesn't have the CCJ number.
No, it doesn't.
So page 6.
Page 6, okay.
You see the heading interventions requested?
Yes.
Okay. The paragraph number 11 refers to a letter from the ministry dated September 22nd, 2020.
Yes, I'm seeing it.
Now, effectively what you've done in that paragraph is you summarize what that letter said. Now, I think you left out two things. Could you bring up that letter, please? The letter is at 4A, page 132. And it seems to me that your paragraph omits two things from the letter. If you look at the last sentence of the second paragraph, which begins, further, we have been advised. Read that sentence to yourself. That letter from the minister to CARICOM. We have been advised by the Jamaican soap manufacturers that the constitution of the noodles made in Dominica caused inconsistent odor in the final products and caused damage to the manufacturer's machinery. Now, your affidavit doesn't mention that part. Is that because both of the statements in that paragraph were inaccurate?
Both the statements in my...
Both of the statements in that sentence in the minister's letter were inaccurate.
Right, Mr. Hilton, could we have the thing enlarged on the...
Oh.
Yes. Thank you very much.
Sorry, Your Honor. So the sentence that begins, further, we have. Let me break it down. Advised by Jamaican soap manufacturers that the constitution of the noodles made in Dominica caused inconsistent odor. Was that statement accurate?
Based on what was submitted to the ministry by the manufacturers, it's accurate.
Okay. Which manufacturer said that?
It was Island Products Manufacturing Limited.
This is the email about rancid odor?
Yes, and they would have submitted a letter as well.
Are you aware that that email was in 2021 and this letter is in 2020?
I'm aware of that.
So it couldn't have been that email then, could it? The notification that the minister is quoting here could not have been that. But that was a year later. Give me another one. I'm suggesting to you, Mr. Phillips, that there was no report from any Jamaican manufacturer that said that. There's none in evidence, there's none in any witness statement, there's no evidence that there was any such thing. You can agree or disagree or partner to something, or say you don't know.
Based on information that was submitted to the ministry, it would have indicated that they would have had some issues with the scent in a letter, I think it was dated 2018.
Okay. The rest of the sentence.
Hold on. Are you saying that there was a letter in 2018 that raised the question of odor? Is that what you're saying to us?
Yes.
That is the basis for this?
They did submit a letter indicating that it did have issues with the smell of the final product.
And that's a 2018 letter, you're saying?
2018 or 2019. They
2018 or
did,
2019?
they did submit a letter to the ministry indicating
And
that.
who is the they did submit?
Pardon me?
Who is the they who submit? You said they.
The name
did
of the
submit.
manufacturer is Island Products Manufacturing Limited.
Island Products.
Do you know whether that letter is anywhere in the hundreds of pages we have in court?
I can't say no. No.
Okay. Well, I'm sure your counsel will point it out. The sentence continues. Cause damage to the manufacturer's machinery. Which manufacturer was this?
Bomber Manufacturing Limited.
Sorry, I'm sorry. I'm not. I didn't. Forgive me. I didn't quite understand. What was his response?
I think he said Bomber Manufacturing.
Bomber. Thank you. Yeah.
Is there a letter or an email or a document?
They would have also submitted a letter indicating that they had to rework their machinery and equipment and had longer processing time. So there is a letter indicating that.
No, well, I'm not talking about longer processing times, no. I'm talking about damage to machinery. Is a letter saying that?
I can't recall if it specifically says damage to machinery.
Okay. Well, I suggested that there isn't. You mentioned smell, so let's go on to that. And you mentioned Island, what's the name of the company?
Island Product Manufacturing Limited.
Yeah. Paragraph 16 of your witness statement. To paragraph 19 says further testing, and you're now talking about what happened in 2021 in these paragraphs. And you refer to a batch of noodles that DCP sent to Kirk distributors in 2021. Kirk FP.
Correct.
And I take it that since you go on to mention Island Products in paragraph 18, Island Products received some of those samples, some of that shipment that went to Kirk.
Correct.
In paragraph 18, you refer to an allegation by Island Products that after an assessment of the finished product which utilized DCP soap noodles, it was determined that the outcome was unfavorable as the product had a rancid smell. And I think you had referred to this earlier. Let's look at that email, which is at page 204 of bundle 4A. Is that the email that you refer to in the?
Yes.
Okay. You didn't say anything about Kirk FP's reaction. Did they complain about a rancid smell?
No, they didn't complain about a rancid smell.
Did they send some of the samples to the Bureau of Standards of Jamaica for testing?
I can't recall if they did. I think they just did in-house testing.
Okay. Let's go to page 180. What other direction? Just let's see the top of the document. So page 180 is a result comparison from Kirk FP, company DCP Successors, April 2021. You scroll up, please, and you will see that Kirk says on the order, on the Kirk, natural palm oil odor, not rancid. BSJ results, natural palm oil odor, not rancid. And those not in capital is in Kirk's document. Have you seen this before?
I don't recall if I saw this earlier.
You don't recall if you saw this before today? Or before the case, or what?
Before the case, no.
So, Kirk didn't complain about smell. BSJ found specifically there was no unpleasant smell, but you preferred and acted on Island's email that there was a smell problem. Correct?
Right, that's what was used, yes.
All right. Let's go back to the email, which played such an important role in Jamaica's actions. 204. In the second paragraph of that email, this is a Mr. I'm not sure if it's a Mr. Yeah, Mr. Barry Martin to you. In the second paragraph, he refers to this product have a rancid smell. But he continues, even if this was not so, we have no intention of doing business with DCP. We participated in Jampro's Export Max program. Through their urging, participated in the 2018 trade show, successful in securing 2 clients, one in Grenada, the other in Dominica. Then he says, DCP's protestations have rendered almost all of our products ineligible for duty-free export, essentially bearing our export plans. Do you know what that was about? What protestations is he talking about?
I'm not aware exactly what protestations he was referencing.
No idea. Look at the timing. This is June 2021. No idea? Okay, let me assist you. Are you aware that DCP had complained about the issuing of certificates of origin to Jamaican producers?
Yes.
Are you also aware that on June 10, 2021, the Trade Board stopped issuing these certificates?
Yes.
And a few days after that, Mr. Martin of Ireland sends you this email where he blames DCP for his having lost the ability to export duty-free. And it didn't occur to you that that might be a red flag against the background of Kirk not having complained?
I didn't see it as I mean, I was aware of the issue regarding the certificates of origin, but I wouldn't have looked into it in any great intricacy.
Did Blue Paw ever complain about smell?
Not to my recollection, no.
In fact, the only complaint about smell was this. In this context, at this time. Not right?
Correct.
Your Honor, I have nothing more for this witness. Thank you, Mr. Martin.
Does CARICOM have any questions of the witness?
No, Your Honors.
Yes.
I think we have any questions.
I don't think the bench has any questions, Mr. Stimson.
No questions on re-examination.
Thank you very much, Mr. Phillips. You could stand down. I take it that's the end of the evidence. That's the close of your case, Mr. Stimson.
Yes, Your Honor, that's the case for the defendant.
Tomorrow we will start at 10 a.m. With the submissions. Now, I assume that counsel may wish to refer to various bits of testimony. There's a YouTube video that Oriel, Mr. Herrera, Oriel, Mr. Herrera, he probably has on it. Oh, yes, can you come please? I just want you to verify what I'm saying here. There's a YouTube video of today's proceedings that is available to counsel, to everyone. Yes. When you say once you want to finish it, won't it be available to them this evening? Yes. Right. And that video at the base would be time stamped. In other words, you could see at what time in the video any particular by minute and seconds. Okay. So that the point I want to get across is that if you wish to refer to any statements that were made today by any of the witnesses in your submissions, then you can do so with reference to the minute and the second on the YouTube video, so that we can replay it when we reserve our judgment, as I'm sure we will, and find exactly what you are referencing. Is that clear?
Very clear.
Okay. So we begin at 10, and I think you have the order of the speeches. Yeah. All right. That's it. Yeah. Okay, so this court now adjourns until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning.
All rise.